Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a virtual council meeting for November 23rd. As you can see, we've kind of had to readjust our council meetings to do more a little hybrid of being virtual as the numbers still continue to climb in the Parkland region with the number of COVID cases. Members that are participating, I would ask you that you make sure that your video is off and your mic is off. Presenters, I'll ask you to turn your video on when you're presenting. That would be appreciative. Again, for those that are participating, members of council that would like to ask a question, you may use the raise hand function, or you may also text me as well. And then similar to when we're doing voting, we can also use the raise hand function as well. If I cannot see the raised hand or do not get a text response from you, I will actually call you out and we'll do a roll call. Okay. With that, again, please take in consideration that we are virtual, so it will take us a little bit longer to mute and unmute. So I'll just ask for everyone's patience tonight. Okay. Thank you, members of council. You guys have an agenda before you. Administration, is there anything to add?
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. It's Tom Golden, our CAO. We have nothing to add to the agenda.
Okay. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, I'll ask you to make the motion to adopt the agenda, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council adopt the November 23rd, 2020 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members of council, I'll call the question. All in favor, raise your hand. Use the raise hand function. Okay. To recording secretary, that has passed unanimously 7-0. Okay. Moving on, on our agenda is number 3 is the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to address council on anything that is not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak at our public hearing, on public input, I mean?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will note that earlier this morning I was notified that there was an individual that had submitted something. Staff were going to contact them, and I was to be advised prior to the meeting if there would be one. I have not been advised, so we may have them at the next meeting if that's how it works out. But as of right now, Your Worship, I do not have anyone to report for public input session.
Okay. Thank you much, Town Manager. And with that, we'll move on to the next item, which is presentations and delegations. Today, we have 2 presentations today, ladies and gentlemen. And first off is representatives from Edmonton Global. As everybody realizes and understands, Edmonton Global is the economic arm of the Edmonton Metro region, which consists of 15 members. Today, we're joined by Mustafa, Eddie, and Gail, all part of Edmonton Global. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn on your video and you may start your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mayor Choi and Stony Plain Council. It is a delight to be with you this evening. Eddie and Mustafa are joining as well. And just to give a quick introduction to each one of us, I am a resident of Parkland County. My daughter goes to École Meridian School in Stony Plain. I love Stony Plain. I consider it my town. And it's such a delight to be presenting to council today. On behalf of Edmonton Global, Malcolm Bruce, our CEO, he sends his regards. Mustafa Sahin, our VP of Investment and Trade, will be stepping in for him tonight. And Eddie Wong, my esteemed fellow director, who is at University of Alberta, will also be commenting with a few words. Thank you for the input into the package. It was a really good summary of Edmonton Global and our 3 years of inception. And we were just remarking on a prep call prior to this that the majority of the employees of Edmonton Global have only been with the organization for 2 years. The board was doing the heavy lifting, and prior to that, it was the 15 municipalities who were the innovators and creators of Edmonton Global that we give most of our compliments to. We are an independent set of board members. We're business people. You hired us for that, and we are going to shake things up when it comes to economic development to our region. I'm going to just quickly give a little bit of background about Edmonton Global, but really focus on how we connect with Stony Plain and the town of Stony Plain. So I took the time to review your corporate plan, which is in your agenda package today. And it's great to see that you have a 3-year plan, 21 to 2023. And it's clear that Edmonton Global and your town are in sync with one another. Your 5 strategic pillars made me smile: supportive infrastructure, community development, economic opportunity, governance and partners, and environmental responsibility. This certainly speaks to how Edmonton Global can support all of your endeavors. At the heart of our inception, we always knew that this would be a long-term business play. This is not going to be a build of economic diversity overnight, but we are all about making deals. As a board, we are focused on metrics, and we've been holding administration accountable to making deals, and I know Mustafa is going to share a couple thoughts in that regard. Noted on page 9 of your corporate plan is your town's commitment to increase awareness of unique economic advantages and aligning our business attraction efforts with regional economic initiatives. We applaud and we thank you for this commitment, and we also thank you for the funding that is within your corporate plan. So as you know, I mentioned we're in year 3 of a startup, and if I think about any small to mid-sized startup, it is 2 to 3 years that really makes them show their success. We feel we're charting upwards. And we also know that there are challenges, not only with COVID, but prior to that. And we also know that there's lots of entrepreneurial opportunities waiting for us to seize. I want you to know that we feel that we're no different than the Alberta Industrial Heartland, which was initiated by Shell Scotford almost 20 years ago. It has taken them a lot of years to build to what they have today. And now, by 2030, the Heartland has the potential of an additional $30 billion in net new investment. So this has been greatly aided by the Alberta Petrochemical Initiative Program, or APIP, where all new plants are built and operated, and they're eligible to claim back 12% of CapEx. This regional impact will be significant. You will have noted I think the council received our own plan and our shareholder accountability update recently, and we're focused on 4 sector areas: agricultural and food processing, manufacturing and advanced manufacturing, health and life science, and energy, including clean technologies. I'm going to turn it now over to Eddie Wong, my fellow board member, to talk about one of these sectors. Oh, Eddie, you're on mute.
Thank you, Gail. Good evening, Mayor Choi and council members. It's a privilege and a delight for me to be here tonight. And it is actually a very exciting time for Edmonton Global to be starting out as a regional development body, because my background is international trade, and I have studied many countries over the years as to how and why they succeeded in their economic development effort. And a couple of the best practices that I and many experts have identified is the fact that countries have adopted a regional focus. It's one of those approaches that is almost a must in today's competitive environment, because foreign direct investment is a very, very competitive field. And Edmonton Global is very well situated to help the metropolitan region to advance, and particularly in the area of agriculture and food processing. The Edmonton region and Stony Plain are located in Western Canada. And for Western Canada, Asia is really a very natural market for us. simply because of the geographical location that we find ourselves in. And for Asia, one of the major demands that they have, this is all the way from Japan to India, and perhaps we can even go beyond that to include the Middle East. Food supply is one of the major demand in this region, and particularly for quality food that would meet their demand for food safety, as well as the question of security. They need to have trading partner that can provide a secure food source, and I think Western Canada is very well situated to meet that demand. And particularly when we're talking about value-added food products, Asia is absolutely the market to look into. And in terms of the branding of Canada, when we go to Asia, for people who are not in the oil and gas field, the one sector that they mention is agriculture. They talk about Canada, they talk about Alberta as being the most ideal place, the ideal source of food supply for countries in Asia. And so at Edmonton Global, when it comes to agriculture and food processing, Asia is really a big region for us. And obviously we have not overlooked Europe. Places like the Netherlands and Germany, they also have a lot of demand for high quality value-added product as well. And I feel that the region, along with Stony Plain, okay, we play our cards properly. We have a good future in this space. And I think I'm going to turn over to Mustafa, who has some specific example to provide council members in addition to what I've just mentioned.
Thank you, Eddie. Mayor Choi and council, thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak directly to you. I hope that under less pandemic-like situation, we would actually be able to come and visit you in person, which would be fantastic. I want to applaud you for taking the steps a few years ago to create what became Edmonton Global and to adopt a regional economic development approach, which Eddie mentioned is the best practice if we're going to meaningfully change the economic mix of the Edmonton region. And I think you've done a fantastic job. Gail and Eddie are just two examples of a really super board that you've hired and which provide great direction to Edmonton Global. I myself joined Edmonton Global just under 6 months ago. So Malcolm Bruce, our CEO, called me up and convinced me to join the team and relocate from Toronto, where I've been for the past few years, and to make the move out to Edmonton. My wife is an Albertan, actually from northern Alberta, up from High Prairie area originally, so it's a nice bit of homecoming for us. And all of that to say, as we talk specifically just about the agri-food space, what Eddie mentioned is extremely true. I spent 13 years in Dubai, and I know the concerns around food security. And in fact, the UAE as a country has a minister of food security. And I had several board members in my previous role with the Canada-UAE Business Council who collectively have over $10 billion invested into Alberta already, primarily in the petrochemical space, which Gail was talking about earlier. So what she's saying is absolutely true about the success of Alberta's Industrial Heartland Association. But as it comes back to food security, I have another board member there who was currently buying about $500 million a year worth of agricultural products from Western Canada, mainly wheat, canola, and plant proteins. Just last month, Edmonton Global hosted a webinar on plant protein fractionation, which is the precursor to non-meat food protein manufacturing. And since that time, we've received an inquiry from a European player to establish potentially a $100 million facility in the Edmonton region. And this is an opportunity we shared with the EDO network, so with Sean here, as an opportunity to provide information if there's a fit. As Eddie mentioned, our geographic proximity to Prince Rupert in particular is a competitive advantage for our region. Prince Rupert is the closest port from a shipping perspective to Asia from North America, closer than Vancouver or any of the US ports. And this aligns very well with the competitive advantage we have with the CPTPP trade agreement that we have with most Asian countries, excluding China. So for all of these reasons, what Edmonton Global is trying to do is provide an indication of the prevailing winds. As we were talking earlier, I said our job is almost to be the weatherman, to give Stony Plain and our members, our shareholders, an indication of which way the winds are blowing at an international level, at a federal level, and sometimes even at the provincial level. And that can provide instructional information that helps you determine where to prioritize your activities. So we really look at the relationship between Edmonton Global and yourselves as a two-way relationship. We help each other. We help give you information that's important, but we also share our opportunities which might not otherwise be on your radar screen. So I could talk for an hour about all the opportunities and how excited we are from a range of sectors, but we just wanted to give you a small flavor and say that we're here to talk anytime you want. We have a great relationship with Sean McCauley and your CAO and Tom Goulden. And Mayor Choi is, somebody that I've enjoyed seeing at a number of the shareholder meetings in the last few months since I joined. So anything we can do to help, please do not hesitate to reach out. I'll stop there, Gail.
Okay, thank you, Eddie, and thank you, Mustafa. And just to add to what Mustafa said, when we talk about pulse fractionation, where I know that we have included and thought about Stony Plain seed cleaning, and I know when Mayor Choi and I had talked in the past, we really want to work towards giving council more concrete connections to the work that we're doing. And that's part of, certainly in our board mandate, but also, as you noted, through Mustafa's knowledge, that is why we're here to serve, and really delighted that we could be here today. And I'm just going to close off with my comments to say it'd be so nice to see all of your initials behind faces and see you in person. Hopefully in the new year, we'll be able to visit you again and get to say hello in person. So I'll turn it over to you, Mayor Choi. Thank you for this opportunity once again.
All right. Thank you for your presentation, and it's great to hear from Edmonton Global. As you mentioned, you guys are focusing on 4 huge areas because we're good at doing those things in our community, that we've had experience in them, and that's what our economic development has been trying to focus on, is what we're good at. That kind of dovetails into what Edmonton Global is doing. I definitely appreciate the fact that Edmonton Global is kind of the forerunner in terms of foreign direct trade investment to our communities, because once they come into communities, they're staying. So I'm glad that you guys are out there kind of beating the drum for us and what we have to offer. And I think one of the biggest things that we've realized over the last few years is that people don't know where Stony Plain, or never mind Edmonton, is in terms of the whole global market. And it is about time that we start doing that, so that when people talk about Edmonton, they think of the whole region of what we offer here together and collectively. No municipality can offer everything to foreign trade and investment, but we can offer something together to make it more attractive. Thank you very much. Members of council, if you have any questions or comments, if you can use the raise hand function, or you can text me, please. And moving on to Councillor Bennett. Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Good evening. Good evening, Edmonton Global. Thanks for joining us tonight. I have a couple questions. First of all, so as you noted, there is an increase to our corporate plan that will be going towards Edmonton Global. I'm just wondering if you can indicate fairly quickly what that will enable Edmonton Global to do for in this whole process for the next few years.
Mustafa, do you want to take that?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Bennett, for the question. So I'll just touch on 2 main areas that the additional proceeds are going to be used towards. One is to increase our marketing and communications budget. So one of the key things that was identified as a priority, and Mayor Choi just highlighted this as well, is that majority of the global audience doesn't really know where Edmonton is, if we're very honest, and we've done surveys with site selectors to gauge the level of recognition. So we've done a series of webinars recently, and we're going to continue to do more of these activities to try and get the global audience to be better aware of our region. In fact, the plant protein fractionation webinar we did had participants from 22 different countries. So that's a big plus. Another area that we're going to use some of the proceeds, additional proceeds for, is the development of very specific business cases targeted towards investors. So we recently did a review of those 4 main sectors that we're focused on, and we did a deeper dive to identify subsectors and specific business cases that we wanted to develop. So I was just on a call this afternoon. The first 3 of 9 that were identified are going to be developed in the next 90 days. And they're across the sectors. So one is around plant protein fractionation. Another one is around pharmaceuticals. Another one's around nutraceuticals. And what we're doing there is we're providing a very specific case study that can be taken to investors to say, here's the opportunity, here's the dollars that would be involved, here's what your ROI would be. And we're leveraging the Trade Commissioner Services, Invest in Canada, and the new Invest Alberta Corporation, giving them these tools so it makes it easier when they're speaking to people in international markets, to investors, to see specific tangible examples that they can look at that align with what we have to offer in our region.
Mustafa, maybe I can add a couple points as well. What we're doing now is, in fact, something that is extremely important. With the extra funding that we're receiving under Option B, from my perspective, I think Edmonton Global will be able to function properly as an international investment attraction body, because one of the biggest issue that not just Alberta or Edmonton, but I think one of the biggest issues that Canada has always suffered from is the fact that we've done a lot of marketing, but we have never really been able to tell the story of why people should invest in different regions in Canada, outside of the auto pack and whatnot. And I think the fact that we've developed 4 different sectors and we're able to build the business cases for these sectors, we can take them to market and actually be able to properly develop the marketing promotion policy or strategy for the Edmonton region, because it's not sufficient to just go out and tell people about how great we are. We need to tell them what economic opportunities exist in the region, and I think that's something that we have never been able to do very well as a province outside of oil and gas. So I think this is a very exciting approach that Edmonton Global is taking.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, you said you had a couple questions.
Yeah, just one more, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for that answer. I was busy taking notes. The other question I have is both Eddie and Mustafa talked about agri and food industry. So, and I'm so glad you talked about food security. I think that that's a really important aspect of this whole thing. But I've noticed that the local food brand, marketing brand is really going big time here, so that everything is, it comes, you can talk to who produces your food, that kind of messaging. So what I'm wondering is, when we're marketing to Asia and around the world, how do we attach our local food brand to that, or do we? Does that need to be part of the messaging that we're trying to get across?
Mustafa, I think that's a good one for you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, one of the things that is still globally highly regarded as a brand is the maple leaf, right? And so one of the things which I think is really important is we have a history of exporting commodities, whether that be our energy or our food products. We're really excited about the opportunity to get into value-added food processing and exporting food products which are made in Canada. And Eddie, I think, will be able to speak to this as well. Made in Canada food products will be highly valued and regarded, especially in international markets in Asia and in the Middle East and in places like India.
I think this is an extremely important question, because I'm sorry, I thought I was muted. I'm sorry, Councillor Bennett, this is an extremely important question, because when we're talking about branding, Canada as a country in general, we don't have an international brand. and we need to build up that brand, the branding, the brand for Canada, be it the food sector or whatever sector that we choose to operate in. But for the food sector, it's extremely important. But it requires an ecosystem to come together. It requires a lot of effort on the part of the region and all the producers and the governments. Together, we can to create the critical mass for us to attract foreign investors. Because nowadays, when we're talking about international export and international recognition for any product, trade, export, and foreign investment are really cannot be separated. They're one and the same thing. We need people to recognize that we have good companies in the region before they would invest here. And once they start investing here, they can create value-added jobs. And this is a model that countries such as the Netherlands, China, Korea, and Thailand have adopted. They have basically have a tied approach to foreign investment and trade. I think that's basically what you're hinting at. It's just we should build up brands here, and the brand is going to allow us to compete internationally. And I think that is really what we're trying to do as well over time at Edmonton Global when it comes to developing the food sector, because when we're looking at food processing, value added is very important. We need to add value. We cannot just simply export commodities, and the value added today is really where branding comes into the picture. If you don't have an important, a vibrant and recognized brand, it's hard to generate that value added.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And even I think many of us were tuning into the EMB summit, where we had an individual there, a farmer, I believe his name was Andrew, and he was raising hascaps, another food that's gonna take over the world, and hopefully that he's able to connect with Edmonton Global so that we can share that message. As Eddie says, the brand is the maple leaf. Canadian products get a little higher on their shelf because of the trusted security and the production that we do in Canada versus elsewhere. Moving on, we have Councillor Matties. You're up next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome to our guests. I have my question is kind of following a little bit with what Mayor Choi said regarding the quality of the food. And when we talk about a brand, and you say, well, we want to share what our brand is, but what does that mean specifically? So, for example, when I'm looking at a healthy food, I want to have nutrients so that we can have a long life and a healthy society that's not sick. So how do we incorporate that in terms of the brand that we have moving forward? And my second question is with regards to the needs and how they differ between Asia and Europe. If you could just touch on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matties. I think, Mustafa, this is it's an operational question on brand and countries.
Eddie, I think you wanted to jump in though. Eddie, did you want to say something first?
Well, I was just going to say that when we're talking about brand, it's something that takes time to develop, and we really have to identify something that we can do well in, because brand is an emotional, it's basically an emotional tool to deal with the customer. And when we're talking about Asia, how does that differ from Europe and whatnot? I think that this question really speaks to the long-term strategy, because when we're talking about value added for the Asian market, we don't consume the same thing that we do here. And I think that's really where a lot of work has to happen. When we're talking about exporting products, they will have to export products to them that they desire, as opposed to what we want to offer them. And I think that so the building up of the brand will come naturally as we develop the products. And I think obviously we have a high level branding like Maple Leaf, but at the same time we are competing with Australian brand as well, the New Zealand brand. So in addition to the national brand, we have to work on actual products. And I think that really is where the rubber hits the road, where the businesses, Edmonton Global, and also the municipalities have to work together and identify what we can do well, and basically have to basically adjust the condition that would allow us to effectively build a brand. And I think Mustafa and all the EDOs would probably have to work very hard about that in the next several years.
Thanks, Eddie. Councillor Matties, your question is excellent. It speaks to both an opportunity and a challenge that we have as Canada. The challenge is that, honestly, if I'm very brutally honest, we are terrible at marketing. We are terrible at marketing ourselves to a global audience because we're so modest and we're so apologetic and we're so, oh shucks, you know, we're just happy to be here. And we look to our neighbors to the south, and I lived in the US for 12 years, and they are not shy about telling the world how wonderful they are, even when they're not, right? So we have to be a little more assertive, especially when it comes to international markets where we're not maybe as well known yet. However, we have an opportunity to also tap into the stereotypes. The stereotypes of Canada as a wide open country with nice climate and mountains and fields of wheat and water and, you know, the amount of fresh water that we have, right? So the quality of our inputs is extremely high. The fact that we have a national supercluster around plant proteins and something like Protein Industries Canada is something we can build on. Our reputation for innovation, for quality. So the elements, and pardon the pun, but all the ingredients for a really strong brand are there. We just have to align the players, as was mentioned, from the private sector, along with government, to help develop those brands, to promote those brands, and to go to market aggressively. And as Eddie mentioned, we can learn a lot from Australia and New Zealand. Australia and New Zealand are extremely aggressive in Asia and in the Middle East. And I'll speak to another traditional ag sector, beef, okay? When I was in Dubai, Australia and New Zealand owned the beef market, and they spent millions of dollars a year in market branding and marketing their products. And guess what? It's the same distance. Edmonton to Dubai is about a 14-hour direct flight. Dubai to Sydney, Australia is about a 14-hour direct flight. It's not that they're closer, but for them, Asia was their US. We've had the US our whole lives, and that's made us a little bit lazy sometimes. But as we pivot towards these new markets, we can see a path and a roadmap to how we can do better. And I think we're starting to see the alignment of the players at the provincial level and at the regional level and with local industry, where we can work collaboratively together on that.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Matties?
No, that's everything. I just wanted to mention, though, when Eddie was speaking, I didn't hear him well because we had, I think, a couple of mics off. So just to pass that on for further conversations.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, Councillor Meyer, please. You have to turn on your mic. On your computer, you have to unmute it. Okay, hold on a second. We have some technical difficulties. Please stand by. Yes, this happens all the time, right, Mustafa?
Yeah. While you're doing that, I will give you one example on a Canadian food processing company that's gone international very successfully from the prairies. Just next door in Saskatchewan, there's a company called Alliance Grains Trading, and they've become a global player in lentils. And the founder is a gentleman named Murad El Khatib, who we know well, who's on the advisory council at the federal level. Their company is now operating in 5 continents and is a $2 billion a year operation. So the path is there for us, and we would love to see similar success stories from here in the Edmonton region.
All right. Thank you for sharing that story. Councillor Meyer?
Can you hear me now? Perfect. Thank you, Edmonton Global, for joining us. I'm just going to be upfront. I'm a little bit more skeptical of our investments in Edmonton Global. I appreciate much of or all of what you guys are saying and whatnot, but I'm looking a little bit closer to home, and when I consider the investment in Edmonton Global, I compare it to what maybe we would be able to facilitate in our own economic development investments, sort of in terms of maybe another economic development officer or what have you. So I'll start with the first question. So in terms of what would a small community on the furthest edges of Edmonton Global's borders get from Edmonton Global that we wouldn't otherwise see if we weren't a member?
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. And we have heard similar views as we've built this organization, so appreciate the candor and the frankness. And I think what we're really about is connecting those fringe communities with larger centers, with capabilities, and then building out an investment story so that those fringe communities benefit, be it in residency, be it in travel through those corridors. And it's really about connectivity for us. And so we do believe that this is, as I mentioned in my opening comments, a long-term build, and we're in startup phase. And so we're holding ourselves very accountable to why you actually called us to be incepted, which is very much using innovation, using contemporary thinking, using business thinking to build out an investment plan that's going to drive people to our region, dollars to our region, ingenuity to our region. And when we say region, we believe that we have to act as a whole. We cannot separate one fringe community out from another one or a large community, because ultimately business people don't look at us as one community. I frankly lived in Edmonton, or I worked in Edmonton for 21 years. I did my shopping in Stony Plain, but I live in Parkland County. I do not see a difference between the communities at all. Like I feel they're very connected. And I'll just turn it over to either Mustafa or Eddie if you'd like to add anything. And Eddie, if you could turn on your camera, if you do speak, that would be useful. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I can respond to that concern as well. And I think it is obviously a very real concern, and I think it's very understandable. But from the standpoint of economic development, I think Mustafa's story was actually a very instructive one, because the success in the Saskatchewan case was the fact that they sold what the world wanted as opposed to what we wanted to sell the world. And I think that is something that many countries around the world have come around to understanding. And when we look at countries that have done well, they've done it on the basis of giving the international market what it wants, but at the same time, they have built out the capacity. They have actually approached things on a regional basis. So whether we're talking about the economic zones in China, or today they're talking about the Greater Bay Area economic development zone in southern China, or whether we're talking about the economic zone outside of Thailand, investors are looking for the critical mass, the resources, the human talent. So things are no longer so isolated when it comes to dealing with the world, and all the scale that people are looking for. It requires a critical mass, and also requires the economic development authority to work together to also understand what the world wants. Because I think it's very difficult to understand what is happening outside the world, and we need to band together, pool our resources so that we can understand how to compete and how to meet the requirements of the international market. And when we talk about economic development, there's sort of the spin-offs as well. For example, when Spruce Wood does well, there's going to be spin-off into Stony Plain and into Edmonton. So when we're looking at economic development, it's sometimes hard to identify where the benefit comes from. But when we're looking at the micro level, but what we do know is that this is really the way to go, because in my earlier comment, I suggested that with the option B, that the funding option B of the funding formula, from my perspective, I'm beginning to feel that we actually have the minimum of what it requires to compete in the international market. I've acted as consultants to different provincial governments in China, and really the in-market presence, the marketing, the information that we need to give our potential investors is very important. But also having the ability to actually convert the interest into an actual investment, that takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. And I think that the region itself is quite well positioned to handle those issues, and for different smaller communities within the region. And as long as Edmonton Global does not overlook the fact that each region has their own needs and they have their own industry and so forth, I think that would I think that we should be able to create a result. I think the danger is obviously the fear, and also maybe perhaps some of the neglect that might come if we overlook a smaller player in the region. And I think that is a very well-founded fear. And I would say that Edmonton Global Board is quite cognizant of that.
Thank you, Lee. Oh, sorry. Can I continue, Your Worship?
Yeah, go ahead with your second question.
Yes, thank you, everybody there, for those answers. It did hit a few things I would also like to just mention. Gail, first, I would like to hit on your point about being accountable. I appreciate that. Although I would just like to mention, I did fire off an email to Malcolm back in August, which didn't get answered, and I'm sure COVID is much to blame, but our meetings now in this virtual world do not exactly lend themselves to accountability, as questions often get ignored or missed or what have you. So I'll just kind of repeat the question that I had put to Malcolm to you guys. And so as we push for foreign direct investment from places like China, how do we protect ourselves from being at their mercy? I'm reminded of a couple of years ago, the squeeze that China put on our local canola farmers, which I know personally affected a number of individuals out here. So there's that. And then I also have another broadband question after, if you guys could touch on that.
Yes, thank you very much. Eddie, I know given your China relations, this is a good one for you to, first of all, I just want to apologize on behalf of Malcolm. Knowing Malcolm, it's unlike him to not respond to an email, and I'll definitely make a note of that, Councillor.
Well, I think this is actually a very timely question. I think not only us, I think a lot of countries around the world are asking the same question as well. And I think there are two perspectives to this. One is that China is really throwing its weight around, and I think in a way they are throwing the weight around. But second, there's also the question of the larger international trading framework and understanding each other. Because when it comes to China, the Chinese culture is very different from ours. They really have a very little use for non-pragmatic issue of thinking when it comes to international trade. For them, trade and all the other value system are separate. And I think I think that's something that I've been talking about for over 10 years now, that we have to understand them. Otherwise, this conflict would come, because when we're talking about the system that's in China, it's not going to change in the next 5 years. So the question is, how do we deal with them? And also when we're talking about the trading relations, I think it's not just Canada. I think it's the entire international community that has to come together and deal with China. And unfortunately, in the last while, we have not had that. China's been able to basically deal with the West one country at a time, and I think that really is the problem when we start falling away from the WTO. Because today we all have these regional trade agreements. We have NAFTA or USMCA, TPP, and all the regions have their own agreements. What that does, it allows China to basically throw their weight around and pick off these regions one by one. Whereas under the WTO, you have one single system that would address the issue that countries have with China. So to answer your question, I think this is a question that belongs to the federal government, belong to the international trading world, but at the same time, it has real impact on us. And I think, to me, I often use that as one example of the danger of not understanding the international world. Because 10, 15 years ago, a lot of people were starting to say, watch out for that. But we kept saying, no, that's not an issue. So I think it's something that would take a bit longer to deal with. And as far as this question is concerned, I think in Canada, in Western Canada, it's a real one. Because when we talk about sanctioning China, Central Canada does not export that much to China. But in Western Canada, 18% of export is to China, and in Alberta, 60-some% of our export go to China. So we have a big issue that's internal as well. The discussion is an important one. But going forward, when we're talking about smaller communities, when we want the issue of value added is very important. Going away from commodities, but when we're talking about canola and whatnot, these are commodities. We compete with Argentina, we compete with Brazil. But when we go into value added products, things that are more unique, things that are more in tune with the local consumer markets, so we can actually move away from China. We could have like Canadian honey, Alberta honey. I think they're probably a honey farm I think there's one in Stony Plain that actually export to Japan. Those are the kinds of things that we want to look at if we want to get away from being subjugated to the whims and wishes of a large country like China, selling products that are uniquely suited for different consumer markets. In Thailand, what do they want? What kind of noodles do they want? When instead of selling wheat to them, we're going to export more processed food. And I hope that answered the question. I don't think it's a satisfactory question because I don't really have one when it comes to China. But I hope that I share with you some of my thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Meyer. Anything else to follow up?
Yes, one more, but I would like to say thank you. I appreciate that it's certainly on you guys' radar. So that gives me some, what's the word, solace, I guess. Just one more, just because we do have the Stony Plain seed cleaning, and I am kind of curious, and I'll just kind of end it on this one. In terms of the protein fractionation and the, I call it the Beyond Meat because that's what was sort of, and again, I have to be honest here with you guys. I think it was a flop, but maybe that was just because we have such good beef and better options around here. I was wondering, and I think Councillor Maddie's kind of briefly touched on it in regards to, is there a different market, say in India or in Asia, that is an attractive alternative? Because I would be surprised.
If I can
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Yeah, Mustafa, that's right up your experience. I'm going to pass it to you.
Councillor Meyer, thank you for your skepticism. I really, and I mean that sincerely. I welcome the questions because, what we're trying to do is going to take time, but in the long run, this is going to make a difference for our region. And, I happen to live firsthand in Dubai at a time when they were diversifying their economy, and they very much modeled their approach off of Singapore. And Singapore and Dubai are two of the best examples that we see globally of markets that have fundamentally changed their economic mix. Now, when it comes to plant proteins, first of all, on the canola side, when China imposed those tariffs on our canola, a significant portion of what they didn't take got bought by Dubai, by that same producer. And it was because of a very strong, tight relationship we had with the federal government and our Minister of Agriculture. And they went to them and said, hey, listen, we're in a bind here. Can you take more this year? And he said, okay, yeah, I can, because he's a global buyer. When it comes to non-meat proteins, one of the global macroeconomic demographic trends that is inevitable is our global population is growing, and we're on our way to 10, some people say 11, maybe even 12 billion people by the end of this century. And 10% of the global population today are Indians in India less than 25 years old, over 700 million. And when you talk about a target audience for non-meat proteins because of either religious reasons or economic reasons, because they can't really afford our beef, that is a huge opportunity. And believe it or not, most of the value-added processing of our agricultural products is being done in Dubai. The guy who's buying all of our canola and our wheat and our lentils is processing it there and then re-exporting it to India, to China, to other parts of the Middle East. So it is absolutely, I mean, I see your seed cleaning co-op as being one of the domino pieces in a chain that we must create. The only reason McDonald's doesn't have a non-beef burger, like Impossible Burger or Beyond Meat, is because nobody can supply enough yet in Canada to supply McDonald's Canada's demand. So in the same way that Cargill is here in our region supplying all the beef burgers for Canada, McDonald's Canada, I would love to see a non-meat version of that also here in our region to supply all the non-meat products. So I think there's both domestic demand, and we've done research to show that the growth in that demand for that area, but also I think in the international markets, non-China, I think the key to not being overly dependent on China, as you rightly pointed out, is to diversify our markets. Yeah. Look at how we need to learn the lesson from what's happened to us in our oil sector by the U.S. being able to dictate our oil prices in Western Canada. Yeah. There's no reason that they should be buying oil from us at $8 a barrel, refining it, and selling it back to Eastern Canada at $50 a barrel. So the more markets we can open up for our products, the less dependent we will be on monolithic large players like the U.S. and China who can impose their will on us. But that will take time.
Yeah. Mustafa, I want to add one more thing too. In fact, Beyond Meat is a product that some of my international marketing students have done a couple of studies on in the last 4 years. And my students in India, from India, was looking at that product. And the first reaction was that why do you want to sell this product as a meat product, the plant protein? And he said that the fact that you talk about Beyond Meat burger, the word burger, it's already in India, it's kind of turned people off because they don't eat burgers. He said, but there are a lot of other products that they can use. And this is really one question where international marketing expertise becomes very important. And I think that's where maybe Edmonton Global can add a lot of value, because when we talk about how would plant protein be consumed in Asia, they don't consume plant protein in lieu of beef because of the dietary habits are different, but they would consume that as new and novel products. For example, bubble tea. Bubble tea, I think some of you have consumed that. I mean, products like that, they are there not because of the fact that the product itself had an original demand, but they created a demand for that by selling something different. And I was talking to a friend of mine in Malaysia a few years ago. They were talking about exporting to China, to Thailand, and he said a lot of times in these markets with large population, what you do is you come up with a different name and different new product. As long as it's new, people would buy it. So the key question here is really understanding what sells overseas and coming up with the market for it. For example, in Asia, I was with an Edmonton Global board member in China some time ago, and I pointed to the fact that a can of a Danish cookie was $60 Canadian. And it was a popular item. And she said, well, why would people spend $60 on cookies? I said, because it's Danish cookies. It's not just cookies. And my friend from Malaysia said, why don't you sell Canadian cookies? The fact it's Canadian means that there's going to be a market for it. So those are the kinds of examples that we should pursue if we want to diversify away from China and have more value out of goods. And I think that's support what Mustafa was saying.
Thank you for the comments. Anything else, Councillor Meyer, before we move on? Okay. Yeah, thank you for the questions and also the responses back. Again, in terms of economic development, it sometimes is really, really hard to see the big picture. And when we talk about foreign trade and investments and what we're talking about at the Edmonton global level, it's the 30,000, 50,000 square feet look at our region and how do we bring investment into our region. So in terms of Stony Plain, we don't have lots of large parcels of land mass to bring in a big producer, a grower, or stuff. But we do have the market for the secondary business markets, the markets that support those larger income businesses, so that we can actually supply them. We also have the ability to, increase our residents for that workforce for those people as well. So the idea is that you may not get the direct impact of having a company come and set up shop in Stony Plain, but the spin-offs is the benefit. And we'll see that as we look at our residential and commercial non-residential tax bases continue to grow. Over the last quite a few years, Town Stony Plain has been focused on creating an environment, an economic environment in Stony Plain that attracts and brings businesses in. Well, we don't go out and see which businesses come in, but we can see overall that our assessment values for commercial and non-residential has gone up considerably compared to residential, which means it's working. Right? And this is the same thing here, that together we'll work as a team, as the Edmonton Global, with the 15 of us, that we're going to look at and sell the region so that we can bring people in. Once we get them in here, the boosts all communities. Going back to the lineup, we have Councillor Mannies again. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have just one question that relates to the conversation about regional agreements versus the WTO and one system. And I guess my question is, does everybody else have the same problem? Europe, Australia, New Zealand, as Canada is having right now with regards to China and US. So who do we have agreements with? How do you see this working moving forward, as opposed to these individual sub-agreements that we're seeing with the UK and Europe right now?
Eddie?
Yeah, I think that to answer the question, 2 weeks ago, all the Asian countries except India signed a new free trade agreement called the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and that includes Australia and New Zealand. Because the WTO have been supplanted by these regional agreements. And the reason why that was the case was because countries had a hard time coming to agreements on the trade in services, banking, insurance, intellectual property, and so on, and agriculture as well. So those were things that caused the multilateral system to kind of not fall apart, but I think take a backseat to the regional agreements. And the regional agreements today is it's basically the way that countries are going to use to supplant the WTO system. So this agreement is going to eventually get linked up with Europe and Canada. Now looking at that agreement, saying, well, we're not part of it, but if we sign a free trade agreement with ASEAN, then we would be able to apply to join this agreement. So the way things are going in terms of multilateral trade agreement is that we're going to see overlapping agreements. And countries will have to join a number of them in order to reach the point where we have something that's similar to or reminiscent of the WTO. And this is something that Canada need to look at, because Canada, unlike Europe, because Europe because it's larger, so Europe had generally have the influence, and when they speak, people listen. But Canada, we tend to be the last one on board. For example, with the TPP, we were the last one on board. We had to actually knock on the door and ask to join the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And right now, we don't have an agreement with future agreement with ASEAN. We don't have one with China, and our agreements with Europe is have pretty low thresholds. So going forward, I think that's something that we need to focus on, and have to work hard in concluding agreement with the ASEAN countries, with Europe, and basically that's really one thing that our government needs to do over the next little while.
If I could just add something, because this does impact our Edmonton Global Strategy. So unfortunately, we don't get to negotiate trade agreements for Canada from the Edmonton region. We would love to. So all we can do is work with what we have. And as Eddie said, that recent announcement of the regional economic trade agreement with China at the hub is a big deal. But we do have CPTPP. So we are part of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We got in late, but we're there. We have a new NAFTA, USMCA, CUSMA, whatever we'd like to call it, YMCA. And we do have the CETA trade agreement, which is the Comprehensive European Trade Agreement. Between those three trade agreements, Canada is the only G7 country in the world that has trade agreements with all the other G7. And collectively, that represents 1.7 billion consumers. And as Eddie very rightly said, we have barely scratched the surface of the potential, especially of CPTPP and CETA. We need to be more aggressive at marketing our products into those markets as an export opportunity. But also, if you're a European company who wants to access the North American market, why not set up a facility here in Alberta and get access to all of North America through the new NAFTA? Or you're an Asian company that wants to access North America. Come in, set up here, take advantage of our logistics hubs. So from the Edmonton region, you have direct rail access to both Prince Rupert and Vancouver ports, and rail access which goes all the way down to the Gulf Coast of the US and Chicago. And you have a 24/7 cargo capacity out of the Edmonton International Airport. We have so much unrealized potential from trade agreements and logistics capabilities that what we're trying to focus on is getting more investors to be aware of that and to take advantage of those opportunities, while hopefully our federal government continues to be aggressive on the international stage, as Eddie said, because you don't want to be left out of a China-Europe corridor and the emergence of the new Silk Route and the Belt and Road strategy that China is implementing.
All right, thank you very much for that. I do not see any more hands up, so I think we're done with the questions. Yes, no more hands came out. So again, on behalf of the Town of Stony Plain and our council members, thank you very much for taking the time to present to us and answer our questions. I know this is a endeavor that will continue to benefit our region. This is our third year as the Edmonton Global has been formed. I always kind of compare this to the industrial heartland. Talking to the players there, it took them 20 years of building, meeting, investing in themselves to market themselves to the region before they've actually got to be known as a hub for kind of industrial heartland. And now they're on the fast track for hydrogen. So again, it does take time to build up to where we need to go. And once we get that platform built, we'll be able to blast off from there. So thank you very much for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you three are welcome to continue to listen on and participate. I'll try to get you out of here by midnight.
We will we'll probably be exiting at this point. Thank you once again, councillors and Mayor Choi. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members of council, we are 4.2. Let's move on to the next presentation, which is the members of the Council Remuneration Committee that is joining us today. I think we have all four members welcome, and I believe that Pat Hansard and Mr. Alltime, I believe, is presenting. So go ahead and turn on your cameras, and welcome to Council Chambers.
On, would you tell me?
Yes, you're on.
Okay. So initially, Randy, I believe I'm supposed to introduce her as Jen. Jen going to introduce us?
That's correct, Jen. Start us
Sure, I can introduce the committee.
Thank you.
So council, in front of you tonight, you have the Council Remuneration Committee to present their recommendations. The committee was appointed back in April, I think, and they've been meeting diligently the last couple of months, along with the help of a consultant. And tonight we have the chair, Patricia Hansard, and the vice chair, Randy Altheim, to present the recommendations. As well, in attendance, we have Helena Burke and Laverne Waters. The committee has been had a lot of debate and discussion, and I'm pleased to introduce them to you, and I will turn it over to Randy, who I believe is going to start the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so for most of you, I thought it'd be interesting to start off with, do you really know why we do this? Do you really know how it started that we would form committees and to find out how to pay people? So I had a little bit of history on this, and I thought I would share this and help you understand the process for those of you that are fairly new at this. So it'd be at the first half of the last century, people got $1 a day. Unless they were the rich, you were getting $1 a day. It doesn't matter if you're a carpenter, electrician, a plumber, a school teacher, you got $1 a day. Then the war started, and people would enlist because they were getting $1 a day. And this went right up till after the war, till the economy started to generate more jobs and there was more opportunities. And then in the 60s, you know, people were getting $1 an hour. And the same thing as there was, you know, the rich and everybody else. But after the war, there was a lot of babies being made. And so when they all got to age in the late 60s and early 70s, they had demands for cars, for apartments, for houses, for clothes, for everything. And so with this demand, if some of you are as old as me, all of a sudden there was a demand for higher wages. And if you remember, the auto industry went on strike every single year. The post office went on strike every single year. The breweries went on strike every single summer. And there was a lot of big wages, big raises out there. And I remember one company got a 23% raise one year. So there was all over the place. And in the 80s, there was a downturn in the economy. And companies started to look closer at what they're paying people. And the company I worked for, in fact, an oil company said, you know, we hire the best and we pay the best. And when they looked into it, they found out that wasn't true. They had been got behind on a lot of these things. And in 1989, sorry, before that, so there was always surveys for executives. If the executive wanted to go from a bank to an oil company, they'd always kept track on what to pay these people because they wanted to be able to track them. But there really was no compensation surveys for regular Joes and Sallys. You know, you got paid whatever your boss paid you. And there wasn't really a lot of competition until the baby boomers came along and they got in the workforce and they demanded higher wages. So in the late 80s, other than companies phoning back and forth and finding what people paid, there was really no organized competition committees for the average person. So in the late 80s, I was involved with one of the first ones for oil industry, and they developed a system to find out how they should pay people because companies were losing people back and forth, and they didn't want that to happen anymore. They wanted to keep their good people. So they actually developed 2 different surveys that to this day are still being used on how to pay people in the oil industry. And that spurred a lot of other committees. And a lot of the survey companies like Mercer, which I'm familiar with, they started to do it for almost everything. They had competitive surveys, compensation surveys for almost everything you can think of. So what I found out, what's really important when you do this is once you develop a system, that system shouldn't matter who's on it. The system shouldn't matter who the consultant is. If you run the system properly, you should always get the same results. And one of the most important things is comparing apples to apples. And it is having the comparators, proper comparators, and year after year, try and use the same ones unless for some reason one of them drops out or their situation changes. So the comparators are one of the most important things, and we had extremely large debate on this at the beginning. And I think everybody got a good education on why we pick certain comparators and why we don't. And I believe in the end, the outcome should speak for itself. Where we were at is, basically population and assessment. And I, in particular, was against comparing Stony Plain to anything but a town. It had to be a town because that's what I was taught all these years, apples and apples. But I was retrained by the committee that there's towns that are bigger than some of the small cities. And basically, small cities and big towns basically do the same thing and have the same responsibilities. So I was retrained to think, yes, we can compare towns and cities together. So I hope that we've developed a template for the future, building on the past committee's work, and that going forward, we'll have a consistent comparison every 4 years. Because one thing we do not want to do is reinvent the wheel every 4 years, because that makes things go up and down, and we don't want that. So with that little history on how we got to today, I'll let Pat take over and talk about the comparators.
Thank you, Randy, for a good segue into my little piece here on comparators. I'm trusting everyone can hear me well. Is that true, Mayor Choi?
That is true, Councilor.
Okay, very good. As Randy said, our debate was quite spirited on this, and it didn't happen all in one day. And we had Jen go back and pull information for us, I believe, 2 different times. We reworked this list, and I think we've got a really good list now that future remuneration committees can use consistently, and unless somebody drops off the list for some reason, their economy fails, everybody moves out of their community, or they take a tremendous growth spurt and they're way above everybody else. We got rid of some of the old comparators because they didn't fit. And we didn't want to pick up on those populations that were really low simply because they were a town. So by the time we got to the end of this exercise, we did grab one of our immediate neighbors, the city of Spruce Grove, but we did not pull into our comparison list the county of Parkland. And in fact, we didn't use any rural communities because their way of assessing value and taxation is very, very different than more urbanized municipalities. And we also felt that they're not paying, for instance, for full police servicing, as all the urbans are, and they get linear assessment, which we don't. So we just felt like we had to leave all the rural communities out of this so that we could be true to what Stony Plain is, an urban community in a more rural setting, but still functioning very much like a smaller city or a much larger town. And so I hope when you look over the list, you'll agree that the only way we could actually determine fairness for our council and mayor's remuneration was to look at population and equalized assessment. I'll continue now to simply talk just a moment about the current state. And you go into this process thinking things are one way and find out when you're looking at the right comparators that they're different. The picture is very different than you thought it was going to be. Our mayor, for instance, after a very thorough interview with him, review and discussions, the committee consulted, we found that the time requirement for being the mayor varies throughout the year. He was very honest with us about that. Many people think our mayor works almost full time year round, but he was very honest to explain that his time is up and down and that there are breaks. There are times when it's not as busy. And we appreciated his honesty and candor. We found that our current mayor's remuneration is in the mid-range of all of our comparator municipalities. That's not bad, that's good, but he's right in the middle. When we get to the councilors, we found through our thorough review and discussions and interviews with the councilors, we felt that the time requirement for being a councilor varies. Every councilor has a different opinion of themselves and their time commitment and what it actually takes to serve our community as a council member. We also found that our committee, and this was the real surprising one for me, because as a councilor, I spent 2/3 of my 16 years pushing for council to be paid better, a more fair compensation for the amount of time and preparation time for meetings. And I thought we had achieved a fair amount on that, only to find out that given our comparators, that our council is mid to upper range of those comparators. Randy, we're back to you with recommendation 1.
So we call it recommendation 1, template for the future. So the committee recommends that the following items should be added to the terms of reference for the council remuneration committee. Comparators should be consistent term over term based on population, equalized assessment, and be urban municipalities. A consultant should continue to be utilized to support the committee. And we found, and in my past experience, consultants pay for themselves. I mean, consultants gather the data, they add a lot of expertise, and it gives you a better product. So whatever the consultant costs, I believe it definitely is worth the while, and it makes it a better process, especially if you get one that comes year for year. And if they come every 4 years,
when I'm done,
the workload is going to be less because they're going to be prepared for what they have to do. Next, we decided that a baseline of plus or minus 5% from the market median should be established as a basis for adjustment to compensation. That means if you're out 2 or 3%, it probably wouldn't make a big change or a change. But if you're out more than 5%, either way, we'd want to correct that. And then we decided as a committee that no more than 1 meeting absence for committee members, otherwise removal from the committee. It's very imperative that people are there meeting after meeting so they don't miss out, that they follow. It's a process. You have it's like a set of stairs. You have to be there to go on the next step. Again, we're happy that the previous committees laid the foundation for us, that we could take over from them and continue on. And again, I'll repeat, you do not want to reinvent the wheel every 4 years. You have to have a similar process, has to be consistent. You want to add from what was done before, and so you get a good product. Okay, so Pat, you're on recommendation number 2. Hello, Pat?
Sorry, everyone. We had this meeting went longer than I thought it would be, so we had people coming by to pick up things from us.
Yes.
And my husband had to call that off, so sorry about that whispering earlier. The committee recommends that the base honorarium for 2021 amount for the 4-year, be frozen at the 2021 amount for the 4-year term. This is based on mid to upper compensation as a comparison in the market data that we used. The committee believes this is fair and equitable based on current economic uncertainty and indication from others of an ongoing freeze or even rollback of council wages. And we did not really want to do that to council. We felt if we could come out of this leaving council as whole as possible without affecting their actual pay, that was the fairest thing that we could do. We also believe very strongly that the cost of living allowance should also be frozen for the 4-year term.
If I could add a little bit here, Pat.
Yes.
So my previous experience on building these comparison studies and that, I mean, it's fact. No emotion, no compassion, no anything else but the numbers. And I was retrained again with this committee because we were very compassionate, we were very considerate, and I think we were very generous. We wanted to be as fair and as compassionate to the councillors and the mayor as we could. And with other, the province, City of Edmonton, East Spruce Grove all taking cuts, we didn't want to do that. And with the mayor was a little high and then the councillors were quite a bit high, we thought if we freeze it for 4 years, it should balance itself out. In 4 years, it should be right where it should be. And that was the thinking on all this. And we thought that was very compassionate and very generous and, right where we wanted to be, to show our appreciation for our mayor and councillors.
We're on to recommendation number 3, technology reimbursement. I was quite surprised in our interviews with the councillors on this particular subject to see how this money is or is not even being spent on technology. And so what the committee has come out with is a recommendation that the technology allowance changes from just money paid to a councillor and allow them, if and when they choose to buy technology, to be connected for their job as a councillor, that they can spend it. But if they choose not to spend it and choose to use old telephones and or computers, and yes, that is happening, that it would not then just become an increase in pay, because that's not what it was intended to be. The $2,750 per term was meant to make our councillors, on top of the best equipment they can obtain for that money, be it a computer or a tablet and a phone, whatever, so that they now do not fall back into going in and using the town's IT services to help them with old technology that doesn't work well. So we decided after our interviews with councillors that it was best to make this an amount that is held for you each as a councillor or mayor by administration. So each term you would get your $2,750, and then when you go buy a computer, you come in with the receipt, you'll be given the money for that. If you don't need a computer this term because you just updated last term, then spend your money on a tablet or a phone, bring the money, the receipts in, and get the money back. But that no longer this would become just a boost to your income. Also, doing this takes this $2,750 out of your taxable income, and it now simply becomes an expense reimbursement, so you pay no taxes on it. The amount would be specific for reimbursement for purchases of computers, tablets, smartphones, related hardware, software, and accessories, and would be covered under your council compensation and expenses policy. Randy, we're back to you for recommendation number 4.
Okay, recommendation number 4, connectivity allowance. So these were all over the place, you know, from $40-50 a month and up, and Towns was probably one of the most lucrative. And what we found is what jumped out a lot was the $100 a month. That was very common, and that was used by most of the comparators. And we thought we would recommend that, and that mayor and councillors would all get the same because they need the same technology and basically have the same expenses.
If you don't mind, Randy, I'd like to comment on that one as well. In interviewing our mayor, we found out that he was quite the negotiator when it came to getting his phone bill low and his internet connections low. And then maybe all of us, everyone on council in years to come, should go to Mayor William Choi and get some help in that. Because even though he was given a considerably higher amount of money per year for his connectivity, he managed to get the very best deals, and he really didn't need it, and the taxpayers should not be paying for it if he didn't need it. So that's why we made everybody equal. It costs no more for the mayor to be connected than councillors to be connected.
Okay, next year, Pat.
Recommendation number 5, the educational budget. Some of you will feel this is a big hit, but this seems to the committee to be the wisest way to treat what has been a very generous educational budget for counselors. The committee is recommending that the educational budget be changed from $2,500 per council member per year, which comes out to $10,000 in a 4-year term, to $4,000 per member for a 4-year term. So $1,000 a year, $1,500 another year, however you want to break it up. It will not send you on multiple trips at far distances, paying for hotel, food, and travel, but it will give you an experience to choose perhaps one distance educational experience, and the rest could be more localized. Particularly when we looked at this, we noted that so many things have changed because of COVID, and maybe this is a good thing that has been discovered. We can now attend conferences at distances and feel very much a part of what is going on there without the huge expense of travel, hotels, expensive food, and banquets. We can attend without spending the larger amount of money. And in this year of COVID, we've learned that there are ways to cut back. In effect, a 4-year term at $2,500 per council member would have been $70,000 in a 4-year term. Now, this recommendation would see $28,000 set aside for educational opportunities for council as a total, and that returns $42,000 in a 4-year term back to the budget for administration to spend in areas where it is needed most. Randy, number 6.
Okay, recommendation number 6, parental leave. The committee found that while some of the market comparators did provide for parental leave, it was not necessary for the town at this time. This should be reviewed in the next term, and importantly, look at both parental leave and family leave. Therefore, the committee recommends review of parental family leave be included as part of the next committee's terms of reference for 2024. Pat, you're next.
Thank you. So recommendation number 7 is reporting. I know from sitting on council, this has been a question that's been asked many times regarding those committees that members of council sit on where they are paid a remuneration directly by the committee. TLC, Capital Region Wastewater Commission, to name 2. This committee recommends that council create a method to report the committee remuneration received from entities outside of the town related to council member roles to increase transparency to the public and taxpayers around the total compensation received by members of council. And Randy?
So I'm up next. So the places we found that no changes were required was mileage and private business insurance, benefits. And on this one, I will be very honest, there wasn't a lot of competitive data to support council receiving benefits, but that's not something we'd ever take away. And, we were very compassionate and generous on that one. Same as the retirement plan, RSP, there was a little bit out there, but not a lot. So again, that one, we would never take it away, but there was a lot of data to support having it. And so both benefits and retirement plans had a mix of market comparators offering and not offering. However, the committee recommends leaving these intact.
So the committee would like to thank you for allowing us to give our presentation all at one time, and we would like to take questions from council, and we'll turn the meeting back to Mayor Choi for that purpose.
Thank you for the presentation, Pat and Randy. That was very informative, and I'm glad to see you guys did a lot of work. So thank you very much for the time and dedication to our community. Members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding to our presenters? Moving on to Councillor Meyer, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Randy and Pat. I appreciate the report. I would just like to turn back to the technology allowance and connectivity allowance. I know while discussing with you guys, I had mentioned that is probably my personal biggest expense and whatnot. I was curious, did the committee consider the town providing technology at their expense, and thus that would probably also cover the connectivity allowance as well? And if that was considered.
So, Councillor Meyer, you'll need to clarify exactly what you're referring to. Are you saying take away the $2,750 a year and take away the connectivity allowance and put it all back in the hands of the town to supply the devices and the connectivity?
Yes, I was curious if you guys had considered that as a possibility.
Well, I think we had a part of a discussion that touched on not undoing what you now have, but I did bring up to the committee in our discussion in one of our meetings that the old way of doing things is what you just described. And what it meant is you could not do personal business on a town computer. So if you went anywhere, you carried 2 computers. You would not be doing any kind of personal business on a town phone or a town tablet. So you would carry 2 of those each as well. And it does not seem practical when previous councils and remuneration committees and administration put a great deal of time into devising a way where everybody wasn't told you'll use an iPhone or you'll use an Android, or in the time that I was on council, we'll all use Motorola phones. And you might not like that particular kind of device. When the town used to get all of our computers for us, an HP computer or a Dell computer, and all the fixing that needed to be done to those computers came back on the IT staff. It actually was shown that it was a tremendous savings when you consider the amount of time and the amount of and the cost of using town staff to fix council's issues with computers and so forth. So at the time that this was changed, it was determined that councilors and mayor should be able to pick the devices they're most comfortable with. Some will use Mac computers and others will use Androids or Android tablets and so forth. So it gave us a great deal of freedom to choose those devices we were most comfortable using, as long as we could be connected. And that has worked quite well for a number of years. I dare say that those of you who are really fans of Android would not be happy if it was determined that you would now have to all use the same iPhone 11 Pro Max. You might not like that one bit. So going back to what used to happen seems very counterproductive to this former counselor who experienced it both ways and came to understand the value of allowing counselors and mayor to have freedom to choose their own devices. But you now are on the hook to take out your own ongoing repair plans and those programs that will allow you to have help outside of town IT staff. Because it really should not be at taxpayer expense to help you keep a computer that's 8 years old running. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions?
I just had a comment, Mr. Mayor. It
Sure.
is, I'm surprised that my son has a company, and so because of that, I get unlimited everything for $55 a month. And I'm wondering if town council couldn't approach Bell and say, we want to be considered like a company, and we all get the same deal and go in like with a package deal. And I want to know if you ever explored that, because there seems to be good deals out there if you go in as a group.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yes, a lot of technology companies are trying to get your business, so they're offering lots of good deals. Next on the queue is Councillor Matties. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to thank Pat and Randy for your excellent presentation this evening. It was very clear. I'm clear in my understanding of the information that you provided. But I want to be, I guess, a little clearer on some of the rationale behind the recommendations. So my first question, and I have a number tonight, Mayor Choi, so I hope you'll bear with me. The first question is related to the municipalities that you compared with, and I know you've done a tremendous amount of work to get it right. But you compared, you had 12 comparators, including Stony Plain. There was 7 small, and I'm just wondering, can you guys hear me with both of you unmuted?
Yes.
Yes.
Because I'm hearing noise in the background.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask everybody that's not speaking to mute their mics so we don't get the background noise. It just kind of feedbacks a little bit. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Matties.
Thank you very much, Mayor Choi. So basically there was 12 comparators, including Stony Plain. There were 7 smaller communities, and that ranged in population between 10 and 14,800. And you had 4 larger communities, ranging between 18,742, that was Camrose, and 35,766, which is Spruce Grove. You had noted also that the town of High River and the town of Okotoks were invited but were not able to participate. But what we've got here is 7 smaller communities. And so, for example, the equalized assessment, if you look at the average, is approximately equal to Stony Plain. And that's technically because of the elephant in the room, which is Spruce Grove. And then you have a median, which is 16.8% less than Stony Plain. So my question for you, my first question is, do you think the data could be skewed to a lower level of remuneration due to the higher number of small communities surveyed? Because we know that the incomes in smaller communities are generally lower. And if we have more smaller communities in the data will be skewed.
Well, if I could tackle this one, Pat. So whenever you do these comparators, you have a range. And in the oil industry, it was population and what type of work you're in. So as town or small city, we looked at a range. And so we took Spruce Grove out just to see what would happen, and it didn't change it a lot. And Okotoks is up there too, and you have to have a balance. And when you do this and you find out Stony Plain is right in the middle, it's an indication that you've done it right, because that's where you want it to be. You want to have as many below or above. And initially, if I go back, the first day we had our first meeting, there was a suggestion that we use the same list that we use for the town of Stony Plain. And one of the committee members right away said, looks like cherry picking to me. And you can't cherry pick. You have to pick similar. And here we have population and equalized assessment. And Spruce Grove probably shouldn't be there with my background and expertise. It shouldn't be there, but there's so much interest in Spruce Grove. We put it in there, and we wanted to see how much difference it would be, and it balances those little ones you're talking about. You can't have all the big ones. You can't have you have to have a range, and that's what we decided. That the committee picked a range, and we stuck with it. And when you find out you're sort of right in the middle, it almost suggests you've done it right.
Okay. Thank you. Second question, Councillor Matties.
Well, thank you for the response to that. And I can see why you had such great challenges finding or deciding on the different municipalities to be part of the survey. Second question is with regards to concerns regarding the quality and completeness of the data you were able to gather from the municipalities surveyed. And the reason I asked that is there was some that could not provide information, and there was differences in the type of information you had received. Do you feel that there was any challenges with obtaining the complete information you required?
I'll answer that one, Randy. You may want to add on. Thank you, Councillor Matties, for that question, because, of course, Jen Bileski put out all the requests to the communities that the committee selected to try to get them to respond to us. But many have sent a good number of their employees home to work due to COVID-19. And I believe that's also happened at the town of Stony Plain. These communities are not back up to full staff, and they simply have a tremendous workload with few people available to take on these side research projects, which is what these basically come down to being. So we can't force a community to give us answers. Obviously, Okotoks would have been one that I would dearly have loved to see. The city of Beaumont was also another one that I really, really wanted to have information from, but we had to work with those who would take time to provide the answers. So did that perhaps give us more smaller communities? Yes, but we also looked at their assessment. We had one, two high, meaning City of Spruce Grove and Okotoks, quite on the high level compared to our assessment, and then the three smaller ones. And actually it left us with a good representation from communities that would respond to us.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Mattis, go ahead.
Mayor Choi, do you want me to let somebody else have a couple of turns? I do have a number of questions.
Go ahead. I don't see no more hands up, so you're good to go.
Okay, thank you. My next question is with regards to the recommendations that were provided. So if we go to recommendation number 1, which was the template for the future, I have a question with regards to the last bullet point, which basically said no more than 1 meeting absence for committee members, otherwise removal from the committee. I have a bit of a concern with that because you only have 4 members. And let's say we had 2 people sick with the flu and weren't able to make a couple of meetings or for whatever reason, and all of a sudden you're down to 2. When I look at, for example, Spruce Grove, and I don't mean to, I mean, I could check others as well, but they have 6 electors, which they have said represent a wealth of experience in business, municipal government, human resources, intergovernment relations, audit, tax, and leadership. So my question is this a rule that you think is in the best interest of the committee moving forward?
Yeah, Pat, I'll handle this one if that's okay. We had 6, and 2 weren't able because of work, whatever, to participate very much. So the committee is a 6-person committee, and if we lose 1 or 2, we're still left with the 4. And the reason is we can't have people missing a couple meetings and then jump in and eat up the entire meeting by us doing a review of the last 2 weeks. So we found that we need, when people sign on to this, they should know that they can't miss more than 1 meeting. So if their schedule doesn't allow it, then they shouldn't put their name forward. And we want people who can participate and be there every time.
If I can, I'd like to add to that. Randy has hit the nail right on the head with that. But to have 2 of our committee members, 1 attended 1 meeting, 1 attended, I don't know if attended any of the meetings, and every time Jen would try to call a meeting together, we had no ability for that person to attend until finally they said, well, I work during these hours, so I'm not available at all. And it became very, very awkward. So what we felt was best, and the other factor in this, Councillor Mattis, is that each one of our meetings were really packed with information. Lots of good questions, lots of debate. We were not 4 people who showed up who just nodded our heads in agreement with each other. Every single person on this committee had their own opinions, thought outside the box, asked a lot of what ifs, and looked at the data. And after you have 2 or 3 meetings where you're looking at data, you now don't need to go back and lay the foundation for what it is you're discussing. To have new people come on board at that time would have really slowed this work down. We would not be in front of you tonight if this had happened. And I'm thinking back to a couple of other times when I've sat on committees and somebody doesn't show up. And actually you find out perhaps they could have been at a meeting, but they just didn't show up. And so we really would like to recommend that when the call is put out by the department that handles this for people to volunteer to sit on this committee, that they know this is really serious work. We're talking about how council will be compensated for the sacrifice of their time, energy, and effort for 4 years. and it's not something that should be taken lightly. If a person cannot commit to being at the meetings, then you don't belong in the meetings. And by the way, they could attend a meeting by calling in on the phone or by attending via computer, but didn't do it. So it wasn't like they had to be in the room. Most of the time, we weren't even in the room. But certainly you don't belong on the committee if you cannot be committed to it.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Matties?
Mayor Choi, you want me to continue?
Sure, one more, then I'll move over to Councillor Laurie because he just put his hand up a couple minutes ago.
Okay, sounds good. So my next question then is with regards to recommendation number 2, which is honorarium. And basically, what has been said is a recommendation to freeze your honorarium at the 2021 level for a 4-year term. This is based on mid to upper comparison to the market data. The committee believes this is fair and equitable based on current economic uncertainty and indication from others of an ongoing freeze or rollback. And then also the cost of living is also be frozen for the 4-year term. So question that I have is with regards to, first of all, the committee's concern regarding the economic outlook and uncertainty. And so I have 2 questions. One is, does your economic outlook project uncertainty for 4 years? For example, that cost of living would be frozen for that period of time. And secondly, when you refer to others, it says who specifically, others as in others who have indicated that they are not going to be having adjustments. Who are the others specifically? Like it's kind of like my mother-in-law when she says, well, they tell me something, and I go, who's they? And it's her best friend, right? It's not they, it's one person. So can you help me understand specifically why you feel that 4 years needs to be in place for both of these?
Okay, I can, thank you, Councillor Matties. I can handle this one, Pat, if that's okay. So if I recall some of the numbers, in one of the things we looked at, council was like 14% high, and another one they were 20% high, and this is not taking into consideration the cutbacks by City of Edmonton, Spruce Grove, we predict by many other communities. So it was high. Even the mayor was, I think, 7% high. So we thought, okay, it's 7% high for the mayor, let's say, and you get your 3% total in January. Now you're 10% high, where all the others are cutting back. Even if the others get a little bit the next few years, you'll still balance out because it wasn't close. It was on the high side, quite a bit.
I'll add a comment if that's acceptable. This is one that I actually gave some pushback on, but in the committee's discussions, it was very clear that because council actually has the right to approve or reject any or all recommendations made by this committee, it basically would come back to rest in council's lap before the public. And it was brought up by one of the members that there was no stomach in the public to see their elected officials have increases when so many people in the community are out of work, are cutting back, or going to food banks and things like that. It was not about, there was absolutely no begrudging council their pay. It was how to stand tall by freezing what you have, not taking anything away from you, but also not recommending any increase. There will be many companies not able to give a cost of living of any kind. And again, it did not seem a proper thing to do in the eyes of the public, in the eyes of the taxpayer, to have the cost of living increases. If the pandemic ended today, if the vaccines went out and things started looking brighter, by the time the reversal would happen, we've been in this now for 9 months, 10 months. It would be at least that long before we would even begin to see an upward swing to get back where we should have been. That is now 2 times 10 months would be basically 2 years, in general terms. Another 2 years is all you're missing out on in the way of increased cost of living or increased pay of any kind. And 2 years did not seem like that much, considering the council members were already on the mid to high range for the comparator communities. So it may not sound like music in councilors' ears tonight, but it's the right thing to do.
And if I may add, Pat, using our recommendations of plus or minus 5%, if we use that today, we should be giving you guys a cut in pay. Like I said, we're being very generous. This is something that I normally would never agree to, but being compassionate and considerate, we thought freezing it instead of giving you a cut, it'll eventually work itself out.
Okay. Thank you for those answers. Moving on to Councillor Laurie before we come back to Councillor Matties. Go ahead, Councillor Laurie, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the committee for all of your hard work on this. As you know, I've sat on this committee before, and I understand how difficult it can be. I do have a couple of questions, and one of my first one is in and along the lines of comparators. And the committee spoke to the comparators when we look at population and when we look at equalized assessment. But I'm wondering if the committee could answer if they actually took a look outside of those raw data numbers and into more of an operational perspective as to what type of a municipality Stony Plain is, and based on our geographic location, because I would challenge the fact that Stony Plain compared to Camrose are very different, and the requirements of councillors in those two different municipalities are very different because we exist in the Edmonton metropolitan region. As we just heard tonight, we're a part of Edmonton Global. We're a part of many of these regional conglomerates where, you know, we are on the smaller side of the seats at the table. However, because of our geographical location, we are at those tables, and those do actually add in requirements above and beyond that of a similar sized municipality in a different geographical location. So I'm just wondering if the committee can give us a little bit of insight as to how that was taken into consideration when they were doing their evaluations.
Randy, I'll start that one, and I'm sure you have a comment to make as well. On Councillor Laurie, thank you for the question. Some of those extra committees that councillors find themselves members of because of the tri-region or the greater metropolitan Edmonton region would also be some of those committees where the councillors are paid extra remuneration. And some of that remuneration is quite generous. So in reporting this and making this public, making it so that the voters and the public can see how these councillors serving on those committees are paid extra, then it does make good sense not to also see why those councillors should be receiving pay increases when they're already getting compensated. And as a side note to that, many of the monies that are paid to councillors for sitting on those committees are also paid out of taxpayer dollars paid to these various entities that now turn around and reimburse councillors. Capital Region Wastewater Commission being one. And so the bottom line is there is compensation for many of those, and it's probably not a good idea to say we have all this extra responsibility, suggesting perhaps compensation isn't fair.
So, Councillor Laurie, if I could jump in there, and I had 6 years doing this exact work in the oil industry. And what we found is, and I'll give you my example, I went to meetings all the time with presidents of oil companies, and I was a low-life grunt. I didn't get paid what they did. And it's the same thing, because we're at meetings with Spruce Grove and the City of Edmonton, that doesn't mean we get paid like them, because our tax base isn't what they have, and we only have a certain ability to pay. So when you do these surveys, you know, you have to compare apples to apples. As much as you don't always like it, you cannot compare to somebody who has triple your tax base. You just can't do that. We don't have the ability to pay that. And the fairest way, my experience, is the best way. You have to compare apples to apples. And, you know, a good example is when I looked at the town of Stony Plain list for their employees, they like to compare Leduc, Fort Saskatchewan, but they didn't compare it to Waldman or Westlock. You know, you have to compare very similar, or you'll skew the results. And that's how the system works. In all my experience, that's your best results, apples to apples, not who you attend meetings with. It's apples to apples, your ability to pay, and what are your resources to pay those people.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Laurie, do you have another question?
Yeah, a follow-up, and I do appreciate the comments on that, and I think that goes into the comparators discussion, and I think that is something that needs to be further explored as we move forward, and to how these comparators get selected and how we move forward, because exactly as Mr. Alltime said, depending on the comparators you pick, you can make the numbers look one way or another. I did want to bring up one, and sorry, I'm just looking for the recommendation. In respect to the parental leave, I believe it was recommendation number 6. When we talk about the parental leave, or when we talk about compassionate leaves and those kind of things. And the recommendation is to not look at it now and include this in the terms of reference for the next committee in 2024. And I'm looking, I'm guess my question would be, why not now? We're in the middle of a pandemic, and we could very well be faced with a situation over the next 1, 2, 3 years where some of these leaves might become an item of importance. And I'm just wondering if there's a specific reason as to why this was deferred for 4 more years instead of being considered for this recommendation.
I'd like to respond to that, and I know Randy has something to say on it as well. I actually push back on this one as well, but the wisdom of my committee overrode my initial thoughts on this. The whole idea of parental leave for elected officials came about, I believe, because one of the members of the NDP had a baby while in office and was nursing that baby. And that government was in the midst of rewriting the Municipal Government Act. And that's how parental leave got put in for consideration not that long ago. And so what ended up happening is there were not enough of any of the communities that were even having parental leave. So we didn't have enough stats to say we should even be considering this now. Hopefully, this will become more prevalent. And the only thing, by the way, addressed in the Municipal Government Act was parental leave. I pushed hard to have family leave considered, but that wasn't written into the Municipal Government Act. So actually, it's my hope that our council might be a leader, a cutting-edge council, bringing resolutions forward at AUMA, even FCM, and to the municipal government to not just talk in terms of parental leave, but to also address family leave. Because in my time on council, there have been 3 or 4 councilors who had to take extensive time to deal with an aging parent or a family member, an older family member, not aged, but an adult perhaps, who was very sick, or an older child who was very sick. Our own mayor had to take a good bit of time, not off, but reduce duties in order to deal with his own family. And so what I would say is, to be honestly fair and not to have ageism creep in here, it really shouldn't be just parental leave. It should be parental and family leave. If you're going to be reaching across the age spectrum, to allow all members of the community to come forward and serve on council. So the whole idea about considering this leave needs to be pushed further, and I hope our council is one that will push that to include family leave.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just tag on to that before I go back to any of the questions from the councillors. Is that council has the authority to pass a motion to allow extended leaves for members of council to deal with family issues, etc. So, is that warranted to be dealt with at the next remuneration review? Because we already have that. Like as Pat mentioned, that you need absence because you're dealing with a family member that's ill. Well, I'm sure when you come to council's not going to say you can't take any time off. Like that. That's just not how it goes, right? We, work together as a team, and we will cover for each other. And when that does happen, we do that. We have members that, for own health reasons, had to step back from the work as council. So the rest of council stepped up and picked up that slack because we understand that we're a team. So do we need to have that? Because we already do that.
Right, Mr. Mayor, that's exactly why it didn't have a lot of weight here, because there wasn't data. You still have the ability to grant that leave. So it didn't come up as something we need to look at right now. Now, if in 4 years there's a lot more information, maybe it'll come out of your hands and be a policy. And so that's why there wasn't a lot of energy put into this, because there was no data. Not a lot of communities even were talking about it. And we already had things in place to help when that situation arises. So that's why there's not a lot of energy put into this.
Good, thank you.
Exactly right. Mayor Choi, if I might just add one thing to that. You're exactly right. There is another way to deal with extended leave when a councillor is fighting cancer or whatever. I also was on the receiving end of council's grace to allow me to take extended time off to look after my mother in Florida, who underwent open heart surgery. But that works well when you've got a strong leader who can lead the way, and a council who, no matter what, will respect each other. But you don't have to go far to find councils that are at war with each other. And I could also see an opportunity for a council member who may not be appreciated by other council members to actually not receive that extended leave if they request it. So maybe something could be more formalized, but there's nothing out there that tells us that. And until we had something of a more solid factual basis, thank you, Randy, for constantly pushing us to deal with those things that we know we can support out there, that we could not see how we could come forward with this wild suggestion. But please, members of council, begin that work to move forward with it. I promise you, you will be appreciated for it by elected officials for years to come.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments and the answers. Moving back on my list here, Councillor Matties, do you have another question?
Yes, I do. Just wanted to chime into that conversation. I really, really appreciate the conversation that just happened there, because that does provide a tremendous amount of explanation with regards to the parental and family leave. I just have one quick question, though, that maybe administration can answer, is with regards to, does the town of Stony Plain staff, do they have a formal parental and family leave policy?
Town manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, again, Town Manager. I think I'll ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to provide a few quick comments on that.
Sure, to Your Worship and Councillor Matties and all council. Currently within our staff policies, there is an allowance for 4 days, which people can use to support family members and different matters that they may be dealing with either children or parents. So there's those 4 days. And then obviously if we get into a maternity or a leave in regards to a child, there's we would follow the provincial legislation around that, and employees would be eligible for the employment insurance benefits at that point. That's how currently staff would deal with these leaves.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matties?
Yes, thank you. My next question is with regards to the connectivity allowance. When we're looking at right now, the mayor, the connectivity allowance was $167 a month. Council was $145 per month. So the current allowance annually for the mayor is $2,000 per year and $1,750 per year for council. And I looked at that and I thought, it's pretty reasonable based on, I look at just my internet costs and cell phone costs per month, and it's in around that $150, $160 mark. And what I'm worried about is if we reduce this, who are we leaving out? So let's say single mom or single dad wants to become counselor, and finances are really tough. And if they have to look at not having internet at home because they've got to cover other expenses because this is their job, which it very well could be, and this is required. This is a requirement for a council to have internet access, cell phone service, etc. So to me, I don't see a reason to reduce it from where it is today. I can't speak on the mayors because I don't know that, but for council, it doesn't seem unreasonable for me. So I'd like to have some feedback on that.
If I may, I'll start comments on that, and Randy, you can add to if you wish. We're talking here, Councillor Matties, about the connectivity. If a person is paying X dollars per month for their phone to actually own the phone that they've chosen, that actually should be coming out of your equipment, that $2,750 a month. So those dollars that are chalking up for your cell phone service, in other words, right now, you don't go and pay for a phone. At least you don't for an iPhone 11 Pro Max. You don't buy that phone. You are on a 2-year plan, and that's part of what becomes your connectivity bill. High-speed internet for almost everybody is $80 per month or less. If you bundle and have all your television charges and your movie channels and all of that, you're getting a deal on everything. But the portion that connects you to high-speed internet is what we're talking about here, not covering everything that might show up on that bill. And in truth, one councillor shared that because he's on the road a lot, that he downloads repeatedly council packages and material, so his connectivity bill is high, when in reality you can download and save. You don't have to be continuously re-downloading, which is a higher cost. The other thing is, in our opinion, there should be no discrepancy between councilors and mayor on the connectivity charge. It doesn't cost the mayor more. It shouldn't cost the mayor more. And if the mayor's name is William Choi, I guarantee you it's not costing the mayor more. So to leave the mayor considerably higher than the councilors made no sense. And to the $100 per month was more broad-based through other communities. Have no idea what they have available for their high-speed internets, but here you have choices. And so the committee will stand, in my opinion, behind our recommendation on that.
And if I may jump in here, thank you for the question. To be honest, I think the town of Stony Plain was one of the most lucrative of all of the communities. And the committee felt that this compensation isn't to pay for your total cell phone and your total internet that everybody in the family uses. It was to compensate you for a portion of what you're using. You're still going to have your cell phone. You're still going to have your computer at home. And it's to compensate you for that. And like I said, a lot of communities were $45, $50. So this is even at 100, it's very good. And again, it's not meant to pay for everything you use. That's why, like Pat was saying, that we went away from you having a town cell phone and your own cell phone. You get to use your own, and this compensates you for a portion of that, but not 100% of it.
I just need to follow up with that, Mayor Choi, with regards to on page 41 of 226 of the report about connectivity and allowance. And basically, it describes the town of Stony Plain with $167 per month for the mayor and $146 per month for the councillor. And then it shows the market. And the market seems for cell phone and personal cell phone expenses, etc. The internet and cell was $100 in one place, but then high-speed internet's $55. I don't see us being high at all. So it's based on their data. I feel like we're quite average.
There was many communities at 100. It wasn't just one. So that was the common denominator. That was what we use. And this is a fact-based committee, a numbers-based committee, and we look at what is comparable out there, what other communities are paying, and that was the big number that jumped out.
Yeah, well, I just don't see that here because, for example, councillor, we've got your market data, which is your data, $100 per month for internet cell and $55 a month for internet. Again, the one above it was, for deputy mayor, again, $100 plus $55. I know I I'm not paying any fees for my phone, and my charges are $160 a month. So I'm not supportive of that. But anyways, move on. I just wanted to clarify. My next question is with regards to education. So that would be on page 24 of 226. And this is about the education budget. Now, if it hasn't been every meeting, it's been every few meetings where our CAO has continuously reinforced the importance of education for our community to remain competitive, strong, and resilient. Councillors have come together with a broad experience and skill set, but it's not a specific skill set to this job or to this work. We need education, and it should be strongly suggested when a councillor comes to take on this work through organizations like the Elected Official Education Program or relevant conferences related to the committee work that's being done. Now, I do agree that $2,500 per year is high, but I would suggest not the 60% reduction potentially, but maybe a 40% reduction of $1,500 per year. That would allow an individual to take a couple of courses through the elected officials and maybe end up going to a conference that is relevant and important. So just would like to have your feedback on that, please.
Well, I'll speak initially to that. There's this little fund called contingency. And frankly, I've never quite understood that, because if you go over your budget for education, the mayor is able to pull money from this other source to help compensate you. You might go to 3 conferences that cost a total of $2,500 in a 4-year term, and perhaps not even avail yourself of those things that are offered at no charge through the province. Maybe you have mileage and a meal to go to take advantage of courses. The goal here was not to punish, but to show that there could possibly be some more responsibility about setting aside $70,000 in a 4-year term for educational purposes, knowing that there's this other fund out there that the mayor, on his own discretion, can choose to tap to allow counselors to attend extra educational experiences. We have to remember we're in an economic time when some counselors are having their pay rolled back. It takes a lot to put those counselors back to the pay scale they were at when this rollback happened. And rather than doing that, this was a way of bringing some of those expenses under fire. There are several counselors on council right now who are relatively new. I would consider you no longer rookie counselors, but experienced counselors. Then you've got 3 senior counselors or very experienced counselors who probably don't need to tap these educational dollars the same as new counselors. But the money is not meant to pay for trips to go to other parts of the country or even into the United States. The money, in my opinion, is to find the best deals you can to tap your educational experiences, keeping in mind these are taxpayer dollars.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to add on to that. Did the committee look at the fact that usually members of council do not spend or use all their allotted education dollars, because there are some things that councillors are wanting to attend, but there's other things that they don't need to attend because it doesn't match their schedule. And as you mentioned here, both the mayor and the councillors' positions are still part-time, so they're doing some other things as well. And I'm not was that considered? So is that why there is that rollback?
We did consider that, Mr. Mayor, that a lot of these dollars have not been tapped, but 1 or 2 members of council can go over their budget by pulling on the dollars, in essence, that were there for everyone. And it does not seem like a proper thing to be done. So yes, the money is there, but every year in the budget, administration, while they're cutting back this or cutting back that or reducing position time, have this $42,000 sitting there that doesn't need to be pocketed or directed for this. It seems like an unnecessary entrapment, I'll use that word, to describe what happens to these dollars. They're locked up, they can't be spent for anything else, but they're sitting there, and it seems like a useless assignment of money in this time when we are looking at ways of trying to run more efficient operations.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mattis, go ahead.
Your worship, I think if there's somebody else that has any other questions.
Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. And actually, just more of a point of clarity for administration. I mean, and I guess for all of us, because I know we'll have more of a spirited discussion when this gets into the debate part. I mean, there's a lot of reference right now going on to, Council of the Day, and I think there needs to be a recognition at this point in time that we're not talking Council of the Day. This is a policy that'll be in place for the new council, which may or may not include any of us, and that may or may not include new and or seasoned or veteran councillors. But in respect to the education budget item that we're talking about, I've heard multiple times now the talk of travel, food, etc., and I'm just looking for clarification from administration, because my understanding is that the education budget is not allowed to be used for anything but the actual, say, fees for the conference or fees for the course, and that any hotel costs, any food costs, any travel costs, any of those additional incidental costs, those are actually coming from a different expense account. So can we get some clarification and understanding on that?
Okay. Before I turn it over to the town manager, and that is what I believe, I think I see nodding heads here in the council chambers, is that the education is for the registration fees and etc. And then the expenses come out of the councillor's own expense account to be part of that.
So I guess, Your Worship, then I have a question for the committee. Did the committee actually look at council's expense account and the education account and understand the correlation between the two and how they interact, and if there should be any adjustments to the expense account rather than potentially the education account, or how those interact, or how the expenses interact in general?
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Laurie, I don't believe that the expense account was part of our assignment here. Maybe we could get clarification from Jen Boleski on that, please.
Your worship, and to the committee, there was not a lot of discussion, I would say, about the expense accounts, more looking at the the training accounts at this point. And I guess I would just leave it to that is really where the discussion centered around.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so in this current council and previous council, where I've had the opportunity to be the mayor, the education budget has been only used for educational purposes, such as registering for conferences, meetings, etc. Things that councillors want to take to expand their knowledge and understanding of governance and how to be a better councillor, and emerging trends in the provincial government, etc. Then any expenses tied to going there came out of their own councillor's expense. Typically, we do not let councillors go over their budget unless there's really good reason, and if that is, then council is consulted and we have a conversation to make sure that was okay. It's very similar to councillors' expense accounts. Every councillor has the same amount of expense accounts, and if councillor goes over it again, then there's another conversation amongst council to decide if going over was warranted. If not, then that councillor has to pay those expenses out of pocket. And not so. Again, I think there is a lot of checks and balances in there already. So we're trying to just understand, as Councillor Laurie, Deputy said, this is not about our current council. It's about the councils coming after us. What is the best way to set them up to succeed and to be the governance leaders and the visionaries of our community? Deputy Mayor, do you have any more questions?
No, that's all for me in this part. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Mattis. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just actually have a couple more questions. One question is with regards to Beaumont. There was a comment made earlier in the presentation that it would have been nice to have heard from Beaumont. Yet I do see Beaumont in the grouping of municipalities we compared with. So I'm wondering, what was the salary of the mayor, the councillor, and were they paying per diems in Beaumont? Because it's a community that I feel we're quite comparable with.
I believe I'm the person who made that comment, and it may or may not have been Beaumont. Sorry about that. There was one community that we really had hoped to hear from that we did not.
Yeah, no, we got Beaumont in there, Pat. It was there. So it must have been something else you're thinking of.
Maybe Jen has that information. I don't have that at my fingertips.
I don't have the information either. That it would have went directly to the consultant, but I know that that information would be reflected in the averages and medians that you see within her report.
One of the one point that I really would have liked to have seen in this report, and I believe the report was very well done given the situation and what we had to work with, but I would have liked to have seen the communities listed and the salaries and whether or not the per diems were paid and what the per diems were for each one, as opposed to rounding it and consolidating and coming up with averages, which brings me to my next question. And it's related to page 32 of 226. And it's on data gathered. It says data reported in both average, and it says at least 3 municipalities out of 11 reporting, and median 50th percentile or midpoint of data. So question, how many cases did we have less than half reporting? Like, I mean, when we're talking about an average of at least 3 municipalities out of 11, is my question.
I'll speak to that to begin with. I'm not sure if I'm truly understanding your point, but our committee did, when we got to discussing what the actual compensation was, there's a very wide disparity whether councillors are allowed in other municipalities to charge for outside meetings. If they're allowed to charge for everything they do, every attendance, every ribbon cutting, if they are allowed to put that down and tap in to an extra expense account in addition to their base compensation, we would, that gets down to hair splitting things that we have no comparators for. We're no longer comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges. There, in our own region, we know that counselors are paid a base salary and they're allowed to charge for everything they go to. The town of Stony Plain, I believe wisely, a number of years ago, took the stand that council members would no longer be able to charge for attending events in the town, charging mileage, for instance. And so there's a different way that Stony Plain handles things. You don't get to claim a 2-hour meeting for many things that used to be quite common that you could put down and claim meeting expenses for. And some communities don't have other committees that compensate them for anything. Stony Plain does. So when you get down to hair splitting those things, it becomes a very cumbersome project to figure out what the actual compensation really is that council members receive. The mayor has been quite diligent to share those committees that pay extra pay to share that among council members so that one council member isn't receiving 3 extra paychecks and 2 council members are receiving none. So we have no way to know what all of those are because they don't report it. It's not a part of the database that we can access.
I just would like to clarify. My question is with regards to the data reported. What you've said is in both average, which is, and then you defined it as at least 3 municipalities, which would be out of 11, or less than a third, or the median, 50th percentile. So my question is, in what circumstances or how often would we see only 3 municipalities reporting and you're taking an average from that? Like, I just don't understand the definition and how it was applied.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Matthews, I could speak to that one a little bit more. You can see, I'm looking on page 34, where it maybe shows a better breakdown of what the consultant has shown for the average, which is that she's reporting all 9 municipalities that reported back to her for the average. The one that it is less than 9, it tends to be that deputy mayor position, because not all municipalities have that position, or it's similar to us where it rotates through the councillors. But the averages you see on the honorarium and per diems would include all 9 that we received the data from. And then the median, I think the comment made in the report is, explaining what a median is, because not everyone's familiar with that. That's the midpoint in the data. And so that's the exact 50 percentile of the data, and that's what's reported later on in the report. I hope that helps clarify.
Yes, it does very much. Mayor Troy, I have one more question. Can I ask it?
Go ahead and continue.
Okay, thank you. So my final question is regarding the forecasted compensation budget adjustments. So it is around probably close to this page. I copied this over and I don't have it. But anyways, basically what you had indicated is the anticipated direction, at the time of the survey report, municipalities had not finalized budgets. Then you said the anticipated direction as reported is for modest adjustments. And then you gave a range of preliminary forecast budgets range from 0 to 3% with a cost of living adjustment. So that's a 0 to 3% increase plus a cost of living adjustment. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is like by who, who provided this information about their anticipated direction. And it sounds to me like everybody's getting an increase.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Matthews, I can maybe speak to this one as well. So if you see the date on this report, it's September timing, which tends to be when everyone municipal is working on their budgets. The people that responded, which tends to be from HR through to the consultant, this was the estimates that they were working with from the budget at that time. Again, it was very preliminary at that point and, could have differed a lot. The consultant was trying to give the committee as well as council a sense as to what we were hearing from the other comparators at that point. Obviously, we've seen, some zeros and some rollbacks within the region. But we did not have that data at this point in time. And even today, with budgets not being passed, I don't know that we could pull that data together as of today. Within the next months, that would be clarified and could be better looked at. But it's kind of a timing issue, and the date of this report was in September.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Matthews, anything else for clarity?
Nothing else for clarity. Thank you.
Okay. Members of council, anything else for clarity and questions for understanding? Okay. Seeing none, just on behalf of council, thank you very much to our committee members, definitely Laverne, Hugina, Randy, and Pat. Thank you for your time in this delicate matter. It is always hard to kind of find a fair compensation or assessment of what your elected officials are worth. I think a lot of people think that we don't do anything, and there's a lot of people that think that we do everything. So it is that kind of balance that you as a committee had to find, and there's definitely lots of information here that we can actually show our residents of what was done, what was considered before these recommendations were made. So on behalf of council, thank you very much for your time and consideration in this matter. Any last comments from the presenters?
Thank
Yes,
you, Mr. Mayor. The committee actually very much appreciates the opportunity to delve into these matters on behalf of council, realizing that it isn't this council that may receive the benefit of this unless people are reelected in the upcoming election, but that the wisdom of allowing this council to make decisions for the next council still holds true and is a valuable thing to keep in place. And we do consider it a privilege to look at these matters and to come to council with our recommendations. We fully acknowledge that you'll have your discussion and the decision process lies in your hands. And the members of the public hopefully will feel that the committee did a good job in reviewing various things, and the council will also feel that way.
Thank you very
And
much.
if I could
Go ahead, Randy.
make one comment, Mr. Mayor. So just one extra comment about the percentage and the compensation is because after getting the consultant's data back, the mayor and councillor compensations were very high. One of the thoughts was even if all the other towns and cities gave a 3% raise over the next 4 years and we gave nothing, it would then be pretty close. So I just want to leave that. That's where that thought was. The second thing is my request, hopefully from the committee's request, is that whatever decisions council makes, could they respond to the committee in writing so we know what you liked, what you didn't like, instead of hearing it in the reporter or something? Or could we get a written response from the council as to where you went with this?
Sure, we can definitely send a written response. If you look at our business items under, I believe it's 9.1, there is a time for council to have that deliberation amongst ourselves. We've just asked questions of clarity and understanding from the committee. Now it is time for council to try to convince each other of what should be best to change and to add. So if you want to stay tuned and connected here, you can do that, or you can log in via the town's YouTube channel and connect there as well. You can watch the conversation and debate around that as well.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Randy. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that ends our presentations. Moving on to statutory public hearings, there are none. And looking at the time right now, we're just going to call a little bit of a recess for a comfort break before we move on to item number 6. Let's see everybody in 10 minutes. Okay. Hey, welcome everybody back to our council meeting. And moving on with the agenda, we have item number 6, which is the adoption of council minutes for the RCM of November 9th. If I can have Councillor Meyer, please.
Just a moment, Your Worship. I'll bring it up. Oh, there we go. Thank you. The Town Council adopt the November 23rd, 2020 regular council meeting agenda as presented. No. Is that
No.
what we're doing? No,
No,
that doesn't
Councillor
sound
Meyer.
right.
We are accepting number 6, which is the adoption of council minutes from November 9th.
Oh. Thank you, Councillor Palechko. The Town Council approved the November 9th, 2020 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Members of council, you had a chance to read the minutes. Any errors or omissions, please? Please raise your hand or text me. See no hands up. I do have one error that I noticed. Where is that? That is on page 65 of 226. If administration can make this change, the name on the presenters for the Salvation Army kettlebell ring is not Helena, it is Hugina, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll make that change.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And that's the only error that I saw in the minutes. So I'll call the question. All in favor, please use the raise hand button, or you can text it in. Okay, to the recording secretary, all 7 hands went up, so it's all in favor. Thank you. Moving on to item number 7, which is council boards, commissions, and committee minutes. 7.1 and 7.2 is the Stony Plain Public Library and the Stony Plain Family and Community Support Services. Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council receive the council boards and committee meeting minutes for information.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of the council, you had a chance to go over those minutes. Any questions or comments to the council representatives that attend those boards for us? Oh, who's crunching?
Oh, that's me. My mic is on.
Thank you. Councillor Mattis, go ahead. You have a question regarding the committee minutes?
Your Worship, I do not. I'm sorry, I'll put my hand down right away.
Okay, Councillor Bennett, your hand's up too. So that was just from the last one? Yes, thank you very much.
No, I had a comment.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I'm going to comment on the meeting minutes from the Stony Plain Public Library.
Okay.
I think everyone probably noticed how very, very badly my last name was spelled on that. Our recording secretary, Mark McHale, throughout my term on the library board, has been very creative in how to spell Bennett. So I just wanted to point out to everyone that I did see it. That correction should have been made. It was not. And good luck, Councillor Meyer, on how your name will be spelled.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I had that marked down too, so I'm glad you raised the question. So actually, since we're on this topic, may I ask for an update of where we are in terms of the library, and when do we expect the transition from the old location to the new location, please?
I'm guessing that's for me.
If you attended the last meeting, please.
Yes. 5.4, library grand opening, Thursday, April 8th. Of course, they will be making the move before that, that'll be the grand opening. I think they picked that date in hopes that COVID restrictions will be such that it'll allow for an actual grand opening. I do believe I made a note. I want to say February. Let me find it. Yes, they say into the space, hopefully by February.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the update. I appreciate that. Do look forward to hopefully being able to celebrate with the Stony Plain Library as they move into their new location. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Maybe just a question for the council appointee to the Stony Plain FCSS. I was looking at the minutes there, and I believe there was one board member that resigned. Was that just due to scheduling conflicts?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, she resigned, just basically in terms of difficulty with her current workload and then managing this as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And then just in the same similar question to the Councilor Matties, then is the Stony Plain FCSS looking to, again, advertise for board members?
You know what? At the top of my head, I can't remember. So I'm going to have to get back to you on that, and I will find out shortly.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome. Members, council, any other questions or comments? Okay. See none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor, please use your raise hand sign or text me. Thank you. Six, seven. All right. Okay, to the recording secretary, I have all 7 registered in favor. Thank you. Okay, moving on to number 8, which is bylaws. 8.1 is bylaw 2640G/20 for fees and charges. We're going to first reading. Go ahead for the presentation, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to speak to this matter.
Thank you, Town Manager. To all of Council. So this is an annual bylaw that we bring to Council, and it's the departments look at their fees and charges that they're charging annually as part of the corporate planning process and use those projections within the corporate plan that you saw earlier this month. You see tonight the details of those proposed increases, and we've had quite a bit of discussion on mainly the utility ones, which would be the larger fees and charges that we charge. There were 2 new additions this year related to transit and the accessible transit, which are new services since the last bylaw came before Council. So you'll see those as additions. And with that, I'll just maybe open it up if there's any questions about any of the specifics within the bylaw. But these would come into effect on January 1st, and again are the numbers that have been included within the corporate plan, which is for your approval later on this agenda as well.
Okay, thank you very much for the quick presentation. Members of council, as you mentioned, as you heard, this is an annual thing that we, as council, has to approve, and it does the small and minor adjustments that meet our corporate plan that we are going to approve later tonight. Members of council, yeah, I think everybody's had a chance to go through it. Any questions and comments regarding the proposed fees and charges bylaw? Okay. Seeing none, I have a quick question for administration. As mentioned that we will be starting a transit service within the town of Stony Plain next year. Notice of the fees and charges there, how are they comparative to other transit services in the region here?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe I'll ask our General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure to speak to that.
Thank you, Your Worship. The fees for transit that you see in the bylaw are equal to the fees that Spruce Grove has put forward, or I believe is putting forward. And so that's the comparison that we've gone with, is that they are exactly equal to what Spruce Grove is charging.
Okay, thank you. And that answers my question. And I'm pretty good with all the changes that have been highlighted and marked off in red. Members of Council, any other last questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, see none. I'm going to ask Councillor Mattis for first reading, please.
That Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2640/G/20, a bylaw to establish fees and charges for the provision of certain licenses, goods, and services.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Mattis. Members of Council, I'll open up the floor for conversation, comment, debate. Please use your raise hand function. Okay, see no hands up. I don't have any questions either. I just want to say thank you, administration, for doing the bylaw and making the adjustments that were required to fulfill our current corporate plan. I'm going to call the question. All in favor, please use your raise hand button. Okay. To the recording secretary, all 7 hands are up. Moving on to second reading. Councillor Loy, please.
Yes, coming through. Yes, Your Worship, and thank you. The Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2640/G/20.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see any questions for first reading. Any questions on second reading? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All in favor, please use your raise hand button. Okay. Recording secretary, all 7 hands are up. Thank you. And to the members that are watching, if council does 3 readings of a bylaw in one evening, unanimous consent has to be given. So, Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, that we give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2640/G/20.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, recording secretary, all 7 hands are up. Thank you. Moving on to third reading. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2640/G/20.
Okay, thank you very much. Administration, any last comments?
Not at this time, Your Worship.
Thank you. Members of council, any more comments? Okay, hearing none and seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor, please use the raise hand function. Okay, recording secretary, all 7 have registered as affirmative. Thank you. And that bylaw is passed. Moving on to number 9, which is business items. 9.1 is the council compensation and expense policy. Earlier today, we just had the presentation from the Council Remuneration Committee, and they presented it, which was very, very well done and informative based on the comparators and the research that they have done. Council, again, realizes this is a council policy for the next term. So as mentioned earlier by our deputy mayor, that it may include all 7 of us, it may include 1 of us, it may not include none of us. We don't know. That's the beauty of democracy. You can be elected one day and unelected the next day. So with that, this is the policy that's going to be going forward to the next council. We will have the opportunity to question, debate the recommendations that are put forward by the committee, and then as a council, we can make the amendments to it that we see fit. So I will need a motion to accept it so we can start debating it. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approve council compensation and expenses policy C-CO-048 and rescind council compensation and expenses policy C-CO-033.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meyer, for making that motion so that we can discuss it. Members of council, the floor is open for anything and any topics that were presented during the remission presentation, and questions that we want to see changed or moved around, or questions of clarity to administrative staff. Councillor Mattis, go ahead, you're first.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to start with a couple of things. First of all, I'd like to refer to page 31 of 226.
Okay.
And it's regarding council compensation and expense policy. There's a description of council, and bear with me just a second here, I just have to scroll up, as a custodian for the municipality. And it describes council as an obligation to consider the welfare and interests of the municipality as a whole within its strategic and oversight responsibility. I would like to encourage us that whenever we have to take time to define what a council does, that we look at the broader responsibilities that have taken place, and I guess have always been, but I mean maybe elevated over these last number of years. So, for example, for the elected official, so I feel like we could describe the broad mandate of an elected official on council, which would say for the elected official who sits on municipal councils and regional boards and collectively make and accept responsibility for the funding, policy, and services delivery decision that are required in order for government to exist. We need people to know what elected officials do, what a council is responsible for. And when we describe it, very briefly anywhere, and I know that this is a report, but we should be describing the whole mandate of what a council is responsible for. So that's my first comment. And then my second comment is with regards to the current process that we utilize to determine council compensation. And now I believe that the compensation committee that was struck and the work that's been done was good work, without question. I mean, the effort, meeting 9 times, going through loads of data, etc. I felt that was very good work. But I'm going to refer to the next page, or to page 34 of 226. And at the top, it basically describes the basic compensation structures associated with council compensation. And it describes, given the nature of council compensation, there is inherent variation in the methods in which compensation is delivered to council members. And truly, that's a nice way of saying there is significant inconsistency in how council compensation is determined. And what this really means is that there isn't clear direction or a recommended protocol, and I'm going to call it from a representative body. And let's just say, for example, it could be AUMA, regarding best practices for compensation methods for elected officials. And I'm going to give you an example that I found recently in BC, where elected officials decided to address this issue, because it's always a challenge. Every 4 years, there's questions as, is the information accurate? What was the quality of the data? It continues on, and sometimes things are brought back to a committee and asked them to do the work again. In BC, though, the local elected officials endorsed a resolution at their 2018 Union of BC Municipalities Convention, which is equivalent to AUMA, that tasked the UBCM with developing a resource to support local decision makers for the development of remuneration packages that are fair and defensible. Why do they do this? Because effective governance requires elected officials to make decisions regarding structure and operation of a governing body. One of the more difficult decisions is setting their own remuneration. They believe they did not have an effective process to do this, and so they moved forward with looking at more of a provincial mandate for their representative body. The result was the UBCM created a council and board remuneration guide providing best practices. And in addition, and this is what I understand today, the body collects and compiles compensation data on behalf of all municipalities annually, so that remuneration is transparent, fair, and defensible across all municipalities. And earlier today, I spoke about as I said, the quality of the data that we're able to receive, and the very fact of the inefficiency of having every municipality do exactly the same task every 4 years, that we need to be considering maybe a different way, but still maybe having a committee, but having that information being collected on a regular and effective process so that it is easier and transparent, and that everybody understands what the compensation is for others, and also hopefully that it's not only compared to different municipalities, but also maybe to comparators in private industry.
Okay.
So that's my first comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Matties. And I'll look to see if anybody else has their hands up for additional comments. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to provide a little bit of commentary around the changes to the technology allowance. And although I'm not necessarily opposed on the way that this has been put forward, that rather than just a lump sum payment, this be an allowance, I am a little bit concerned about the management of that allowance and how that will work. I also look, and you can see on page 40 of our package of the report at the comparators, and it's one where the comparators weren't mentioned, and it's kind of interesting that they weren't, because our technology allowance is $2,750 one-time payment, but all of the comparators that it's showing in the report are $3,000 plus an additional $300 for a one-time office setup charge. But the reason why I wanted to provide some commentary is because, as it was brought up by Ms. Hansard, the way for instance, your cell phone, one of the pieces of technology that this is meant to cover, is now paid, it's included on your monthly telecommunications bill. And so looking at that, this then would require, if a councillor is using a phone in that manner, from what's being proposed, if I'm understanding it correctly, and administration, please provide clarity if you can, every month then, each councillor who was paying for a device through their mobility bill would then have to submit an expense claim with the receipts attached, which then would have to be reviewed administratively, which would then have to be approved, probably I would assume by the mayor or through some other avenue, which then would have to be processed and reimbursed every single month for the 48 months that this councillor would be a part of council. And I'm just curious as to whether that really is an efficient use, and what the additional costs would be to change the method that this allowance is paid from just being a one-time payment and then each councillor is responsible to going to a as per expense. And then second to that, Your Worship, I also have a concern with the way it's written, because if you look on page 58 under section 4.2, I believe it is, it states council members will receive a technology reimbursement once per 4-year term as per Schedule A. So does that mean that we're only eligible to claim it once, and whatever that claim is whatever that is? Or are we eligible to claim each time we have an expense? For instance, if I have a printer at home and I need new toner for my printer, is that an eligible expense? If my phone is good at the beginning of the term, but I buy a computer at the beginning of the term and I need to buy a phone in the middle of the term, am I able to claim that or not because I've made one claim prior? So I'm really concerned about this one in taking something that was relatively simple, taking something where we are actually significantly under budgeted compared to our comparators, and making it a very technical, very labor intensive process that would have cost implications in the time management that it would be required to utilize that process moving forward.
Okay. Yes, thank you for your comments, and then I would concur that it would be a little more labor intensive for our staff. Does administration have anything to comment on?
Your Worship, I'll ask our General Manager of Corporate Services if consideration to the mechanics of some of the recommendations were considered, and if she can speak further to them.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, I can comment on a little bit more maybe about where the committee was discussing. I guess when they were discussing, they were thinking that councillors would be outright buying a cell phone, which I understand you're able to do, and then submitting that receipt. Administratively, we felt that we could handle, being that it's $27.50, we felt, there's maybe 2 or 3 or 4, depending on what councillors were buying, receipts to cover a laptop and a cell phone and a printer or whatever the case may be. So we felt that we could handle that. Obviously, it's council's policy, and it would be the mayor that would have to review and approve those, and we would process accordingly. But I guess that's sort of where the committee was thinking, and sort of the advice that we gave them of how we saw how it could work as a reimbursement instead of an allowance.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any more questions and comments?
Just a quick follow-up on that, Your Worship. I can respect the general manager's comments, but with the way that the programs are set up now, and I happen to actually be in the exact point in time where I am renewing both my home internet service and my cellular telecommunications service, the way that the industry has actually changed, device purchases outright aren't necessarily what's happening in the market. I mean, it definitely is an option. And so I'm looking at this as somebody moving forward as in that policy, they would then be looking at having to put an expense claim in every month for 48 months to cover off that portion of that piece of technology that they're utilizing for their role in council. And then, what was mentioned was some of the bigger purchases, but not necessarily some of the consumables that are required for those purchases. And that the way that this is spoken to, it does include related hardware, software, and accessories. So I do have a little bit of concern there that this could become quite a mountainous process rather than something that was relatively simple.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. And yes, so I'm just asking for any more questions and comments from members of councils, then I'll provide a direction of how we deal with each of the recommendations going forward. Okay, any more questions and comments regarding the presentation and stuff? Councillor Matties, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My next question is with regards to the council compensation and expense policy on page 49 of 226. And referring to 4-1, which basically describes town council remuneration consists of honorariums approved by council as per Schedule A of this policy. And then council honorariums will not be adjusted for cost of living allowance until review of the policy in 2024. What I first of all, in my experience in compensation and in work, I have never seen a salary recommendation which has a 4-year impact that's put in policy. So, for example, with the cost of living allowance, I would suggest something like this: that the compensation policy should not change. Bear with me a second. I just have to find my note here. Oh yeah, what I meant to say is that a compensation policy should not change with details such as the cost of living allowance, so that from term to term, that's going to change. So I had suggested that potentially as per Schedule A of this policy, council honorariums can be adjusted to reflect cost of living pending annual approval by council. That would require council to have to look at what is the economic situation. Say, let's talking about 2023. If the economy's turned around and basically there is good overall economic growth, because this was a huge part of the conversation today, was that because of the economic situation that we're in today, it was being basically presented that that's what's going to happen for over 4 years, and I think it's very difficult to put that in policy to try and project an economic environment and basically suggest that cost of living will not be adjusted for 4 years.
Great. Yeah, thank you for your comments.
Mm-hmm. And
we will deal with that in a couple minutes after we've gotten comments from everybody. And Go ahead, Councillor Matties.
Yes, with regards to per diems as well. So I'm going to reporting, which is section 8 of this. So just going to scroll down a bit. Okay, so under reporting, individual council members' compensation expense reimbursement paid by the town of Stony Plain will be disclosed on the town's website to facilitate accounting and transparency to taxpayers. So these are the compensation expenses paid by the town of Stony Plain. I wanted to bring your attention to St. Albert. I was reading in their newspaper, the St. Albert today, and it was talking about a decision that they had made on external per diems. And what was happening in St. Albert is that all of the per diems that were paid by external organizations were placed into a council fund. They were collected by the city and placed in a council fund and then used for council expenses. Then a motion went through that basically said, well, for people that are working part-time, and the mayor in St. Albert is full-time, but the councillors were part-time, that they should get paid a per diem from external organizations, but that it must be reported. So that they were going to report that. So the bottom line is, with regards to what they're recommending, is that an individual who is a councillor that's working part-time would receive an external per diem and be paid that, as opposed to it going to a fund in the community. And I guess my question is, in terms of a policy that we have on, number one, reporting, so ensuring that that external per diems are reported, because a lot of these are covered by taxpayers in one way or another, and we should report them to a community. I do believe people should get paid for what they're doing, the work that they're doing. But I wanted to make sure that we have a policy that's reflecting that.
Okay, thank you. And another comment?
So that's everything for me.
Okay. Thank you, Council Matties, for your insight. Any other comments from members of council regarding the compensation and expense policy? Okay, see no more hands up, and I'm going to just ask everyone to go back to the council remuneration presentation. As this is the first time that council members have had the chance to see the presentation and to see what the recommendations are. So I would like to us as a council to kind of deal with each and every recommendation, and then from there, I'm going to ask for a motion to refer the motion made by Councillor Meyer back to administration so that they can make the adjustments to the policy that council has talked about. Is that clear? Okay. Okay. So let me just rephrase that. So this was the first time that council has been able to see the recommendations coming forward. So therefore, I'm going to ask council to deliberate and weigh in on each recommendation. And then from those conversations and deliberations with amongst this council, I'll ask for a motion to refer this back to administration to make those changes based on that. So then, therefore, Councillor Meyer's motion will come back at another time for us to deal with, because as council definitely has been aware and read the whole package, the policy has been now changed to accept everything. Right, so that's how we can start talking about it, and then from there, council gets to weigh in on it, and then we send it back for them to adjust, and then it'll come back to council for approval. Okay, so I'm asking council to turn to page 20 of 226. Okay, so recommendation 1 is the template for the future. I don't see any changes there. I think that's good. Members of council, any questions and comments regarding that? Councillor Laurie, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. The challenge that I see here is that the terms of reference weren't provided anywhere in here, and I don't believe the terms of reference, I can't remember whether council adopted the terms of reference or whether they were an administrative practice. But one thing that I do see here is they are stating a baseline of plus minus 5% from the market median should be established as basis for adjustment to compensation. Now, I'm curious as to whether their intention was to have this in policy or whether this was just something that was to be, I guess, a guideline in their terms of reference.
Okay. From what I see, I believe it's a guideline. As many compensation committees before, it was a guideline that in the past council wanted to be within that 50% median mark, and I think that does cover that to some degree.
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. And then my only other comment would be I agree in the fact of comparators consistent over the term. I'm just uncertain as to how we determine what the right comparators are. As was mentioned in the presentation, the town of Stony Plain has a certain set of comparators that we use for the remuneration of our employees, but apparently that list wasn't sufficient enough for comparators for our councillors. So I'm interested to hear administration's thoughts on how we would go about getting a consistent list of comparators that the town would be using for any and all compensation matters, be it council or administration.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Over to the town manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. And maybe if I could just provide some general comment too. This recommendation, this one in specific is talking to, adjust to the terms of reference that would ultimately get sent out, roughly 3-4 years from now. Again, I believe that does come to council. So council at that time, would get another look at it as to what is generally being asked for. So when I say that, because although always always an interesting and sometimes challenging conversation, but council does have a couple different check-in points with all of the remuneration side of this. I'm going to stop there and just maybe turn it over to our general manager of corporate services if she could speak more to the question or add anything further to the dialogue on this one.
Thank you. I would add that, I think when we bring back the terms of reference 3 or 4 years from now, that's something that we could present to council at that time, so that council's comfortable and, could approve it at that time. So you have less discussion with the committee through this process. I think there is, the baseline is there now, but as municipalities change over the next 4 years, that may push some in or push some out. So it could be reviewed at that point. And I think giving that direction to the committee would help them. And I think we have some good documentation in place, and there was in the past, but just getting more formal would help us move into the future. So that's sort of how I would envision this moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any other questions and comments regarding the recommendation? Councillor Matthews, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question with regards to this template for the future, when we look at comparators, we need to make sure that we get information from the comparators that have been selected, as Councillor Laurie has suggested, that are relevant and that are good comparisons for our community to use, whether we're talking about administration or council. So what I was concerned about was the partial information. To me, there was definitely gaps in the information that was being collected through this process. I'm concerned about this process, period, because I just think there's more effective and efficient ways to deal with compensation. And so one thing I would like to see is that we would work with our regional partners to endorse a resolution at an AMA convention that asks AMA to take over the process of collecting data on an annual basis. What a straightforward, simple, and effective process that would be, as opposed to have each and every municipality doing the same thing as the other, paying compensation specialists and all the rest of it. And you still would have to have a committee because you'd want to review the data and be able to provide recommendations, but it would provide a much more consistent result. So I would like to see that as being part of this whole process, is that we work with our partners towards something like that. In the meantime, though, to me, it's not acceptable to not have all of the data that we require. And I know this is a challenging time, but the end of the world wouldn't come if we were a little later in getting this information in, because I feel that Okotoks would have been a very valuable component to it. I'm concerned that there were 7 smaller communities being compared and only 5 large or 4 larger relative to us. It skewed the data without question.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anything else on recommendation number 1? Councillor Loy.
Yes, Your Worship, and thank you very much. And I want to talk about the comparators should be consistent term over term based on population, equalized assessment, and be urban municipalities. I don't, unless we pick 8 communities, or 9, maybe 9, 4 above and 4 below, and stay with them consistently, we will then be eliminating some of the other municipalities that will creep in to have input or impact on what our people are asked to do. I believe that when we get a committee struck, we advertise for people to sit on the committee. I believe that they are all interviewed for the task at hand, which would also deal with the 1 meeting absence type of scenario. But I think when our senior administration are very cognizant of what we're looking for, and that is basically spelled out to the people who are applying for this, to sit on that committee at that particular time. And I wouldn't want to see their hands tied. I'd want them to be able to take a look out and, pick the people that they determine to be comparators. Again, based on population equalization assessment and be urban municipalities. I do kind of agree that it'd be nice to have 4 above and 4 below us in these things, and we're right dead smack in the middle, if that's possible. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And as mentioned by administration, that these terms of reference will come back to council. What year is that? 2023 or 24? And at that time, the council of the day has the opportunity to weigh in on that and look at the comparators and stuff. So I think for us as a council, we can make those comments, but there's not much to debate and consider here because it is for 4 years down the road, and the council at that time can decide on what the baseline is and what the terms of reference could be. Okay, I'm going to move on to recommendation number 2, honorarium. So the committee is recommending that the honorarium be frozen at the 2021 levels for the whole 4-year term for the next council, and that the cost of living also be frozen for that 4-year term. I'll open up the floor for members of council to provide comments and suggestions as we go forward to direct administration. Councillor Matties, go ahead. Okay, that hand went down. Any other hands that would like to talk about recommendation number 2? Councillor Matties, go ahead.
My hand just went down by itself. I don't know how that happened. Anyway,
Okay.
I wanted to just make one comment with regards to recommendation number 1 with the terms of reference. I believe that this council should have been looking at the terms of reference at the beginning. And I do believe that we should have had a basic framework and parameters to work from so that every committee moving forward would have had that available to them. We're in the same situation today now, because now we're saying, oh, we'll let the next term look after it again. And then that's going to happen then. They're going to be, the next one's going to look after the term of reference, because no, we're not setting up a framework and protocol that makes sense with the current situation we're working with. Having said that, I don't recommend that we keep this system because it's not effective. Now, going on to the honorarium, which is the base honorarium be frozen at the 2021 amount for the 4-year term. Well, and then the cost of living also. I'm going to speak first to the cost of living. Cost of living is related to the growth of the economy and growth of compensation to be able to pay for the costs moving forward. If the economy is growing, then that decision shouldn't be made for a 4-year term. And for somebody to make a blanket comment to say, if other communities increased the compensation by 3% each year for the next 4 years, we would be close. That's basically saying we're quite high over the balanced compensation, and that's not what I saw in the data. So I'm concerned, first of all, with the cost of living, that it just doesn't make sense to do that. With regards to the freezing of the honorarium, I would truly believe we should freeze it for 2021 and have a 0 cost of living for 2021 as well. Thereafter, you know, I mean, I don't support making this a 4-year strategy. Hello?
Really? Sorry. Okay, Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Along the same lines as Councillor Maddie's, when I look at this, every compensation committee that I've ever sat on has a terms of reference to start with. You need something that is a solid basis for people to know and laid it out specifically. Then what they need to be able to do is offer some recommendations along the way. And those recommendations may not fall within all the terms that were laid out. But if you don't have something that's a solid foundation to begin with that they can build off of, we get back to the same position that we're in today, which is a position of unknown and what is ever the flavor today is. I don't think that I can support that recommendation number 2 as it sits today, because we based it on one thing that we know, and that is that the economy is not good today. But I do think this council did a very good job in budget deliberations, cutting some of the expenses. We did a good job at cutting our own cost of living. We cut that down. So council has the ability, and a responsible council will do that whether there's something in place or not. And if we have to put things in place for councils to live up to, we're not putting much trust in what they're doing for the community. So I think, you know, having something that says 2021 is a fair term of freezing it at where it's at. And I do believe, if I remember right, in our budget deliberations, we reduced the cost of living to 0.5%. If I'm wrong, if somebody could correct me on that, but I do believe that we've already reduced that to a reasonable amount. So I think that based on a 4-year term, I understand that this is traditionally looked at on a basis of 4 years. In a normal economy where you can look at things and be somewhat predictable down the road, I think that's a reasonable expectation to be able to do. Today, many things could change, and we could need to, moving into next year, we may need to reduce our salaries. We may need to go to a 0%. There may be a number of things that needs to happen. And, you know, the council of the day at that point in time, and as you've said a few times, it may be some of us and it may be none of us, should have that ability to be able to make good decisions for our community. This, to me, ties their hands a little bit, and I don't think that that's what we're here to do today, is to tie anybody's hands to make responsible decisions for our community. Just a few comments that I had.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, so this is a policy that council will adopt, and because it's a policy, council has the ability to change and rescind it anytime within the 4 years as well. Okay, in terms of reference for our committee of our committee members, we did, as a council, look at those terms of reference. We had the chance to weigh in on them, and we passed them. So this council did have that opportunity. So if you missed that meeting, then I apologize. But every council has the opportunity to look at the terms of reference based on what has currently happened to make those changes. Any more comments on number 2 here? Okay, I don't see. Okay, I'll weigh in a little bit here before I think. I like the work that our committee did. I'm okay with the honorarium being frozen at the 2020 levels for the next 4 years, based on the comparators that I've seen. I do not agree with the cost of living to be frozen all 4 years. I believe that should be added back into needed to be added back into the policy, and then at that time, at every corporate planning, council has the ability to reduce it, to freeze it, to increase it. As mentioned by Councillor Pletchko, during this corporate planning, council did reduce it from 1% that was in the policy to a 0.5. council also at the time of corporate planning has the ability to reduce the honorariums and or increase them based on the market factors. So I think this is actually a very good recommendation to keep them, the honorariums at the 2021 levels, but I'd like to see the cost of living to be increased. Oh, added. Okay, and I see Councillor Laurie. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and actually, you took a lot of the words right out of my mouth. I know in the past, there was a lot of hard work that was done to bring council up into kind of that mean and median average. And I'd be curious to see if the same comparators as last time were used, if we still sat in that place. But what we're being told is that we are sitting in that mean, and even in some cases, a little bit higher than the mean average. So I'm fully supportive of the recommendation that the base honorarium remain the same. It is difficult, being that this is a 4-year time. You know, not often are you reviewing compensation and deciding on it for a 4-year period. And in reality, it's actually a 5-year period, because this doesn't take effect for another full year. So there are a lot of variables, there are a lot of unpredictables, but at this point in time, I think we are sitting, the compensation for council has been brought to an appropriate position, and hopefully without any increases, it's not going to leave us lagging behind. But I would agree with you on the cost of living portion of it, that I believe that needs to remain in there as something that is considered at each and every corporate plan, for the sheer fact that if we do strictly freeze that out, 5 years from now, having both the salary frozen and the cost of living frozen, we could actually be in the same position we were several years ago, where instead of being in and around the median and the average, we're actually one of the lowest. So I would fully support the recommendation the way that it is written in respect to the honorarium, but I would ask that the cost of living be considered at each corporate plan.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to the meeting we had on compensation, we did not have access to both the term of reference and the policy at that meeting. And I believe the terms of reference were not provided at that time. So you could go back to that meeting and find out what documents were provided to us, but I believe it was just the policy. And I questioned it at that time, that we didn't have both. But going to this, I concur 100% with what you're saying with the cost of living, that for 2020, that it be frozen for the 1 year. But with regards to the honorarium, I think it should be frozen, like for this year. But I would certainly like to see that the framework is brought back and taking a look at what the comparisons should be. We used both with the town and us, and take a look at this again, because I think that, and I mean, we might be mincing data here, etc., but there has to be a consistent approach. And this is what I've said all along, that now we're in a situation trying to guess what we should do with regards to the honorarium.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Any other questions and comments regarding this? Okay. Does anybody else want to weigh on this? So I guess from what I've heard is that the honorarium, the majority of council would like to see the honorarium stay at the 2021 levels for the next 4 years, but then add the cost of living each and every year of the 4-year term. And to also recognize the fact that council at that time does have the ability to change that policy when they see fit. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since you're asking us to weigh in, I've been listening very carefully, and I agree with what's been said about the honorarium, and 4 years is really not that long away. And, you know, we have to have a long-term approach here. But definitely, I think the cost of living is something that needs to be considered during the corporate planning process, right when we discuss what our staff and our administration COLA will be. I think that that's the appropriate time to discuss that.
Thank you. Anybody else like to weigh on this? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next recommendation, which is number 3, technology reimbursement. As mentioned during that presentation, the committee is recommending that the amount stay the same, but they would like the council just to submit a receipt and claim for everyone. We heard some questions of how it can be possible and how it could be also an extra weight on our shoulders for our members of admin staff to do more processing paperwork. Council members, any questions, comments, suggestions regarding this? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't rehash too many of my comments. I think the reality is the amount isn't changing. Each and every councillor would be eligible to receive $2,750 per term of technology allowances. And I mean, as we know, this is to cover everything from software, materials, supplies, etc. I think what is being proposed makes this a much more administrative intensive and a much more difficult process. I think what's been laid out is fair. I think the dollar value is fair. As we've seen in comparisons, we're looking at $3,000 plus a $300 home office setup for all of the comparator municipalities that were put in the report. So our amount is below that. So at this point in time, I would like to propose that we keep the recommendation as it existed in the original policy and not make the change to an allowance where each individual expense would have to be submitted, approved, and reimbursed each and every time it is incurred. I particularly think that, especially in the case of, as we talked about, certain pieces of technology, having to submit this every single month is a very cumbersome, very labor-intensive process, and I don't think that there's enough value gained by changing this policy to that it really makes a difference or an impact.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just echo Councillor Laurie's comments that it does strike me as a touch on the cumbersome side, although I would be more inclined to lift this responsibility from councillors in general. I think we heard this evening from the committee the suggestion that better deals can be bought in bulk. I would like, that would be my preference, is that we would maybe see some savings that way.
Thank you for your comments. Moving to Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Meyer's last point, I lived through having 2 phones, and this is really a much more efficient way of doing it. But I really have a question because I'm having a hard time understanding Deputy Mayor Laurie's point. So the way that I see it is that I go out and buy a computer and I submit that receipt. I go out and buy a printer. I send in that receipt. I only buy the equipment that I need at the time, and probably for new counselors are coming in, you know, they would probably need to use a lot of that compensation. So I'm not quite understanding what the point is. Is that just in the fact that we pay monthly, the combination of kind of rent on our phone and the the billing of that phone. Is that where the problem comes? Because to have an amount of money set aside that I can submit expenses to and know that I'm not going to have to pay taxes on that is beneficial to me. So I'm not quite understanding the argument here. If you, Mr. Mayor, or if Councillor, or if Deputy Mayor Laurie can explain that to me a little bit more.
Okay, I'll start first, and maybe then Deputy Mayor can correct me if I read into it wrong. I believe it's just more work for our staff. For example, so the amount has not changed, so it's still $2,750 for the council term, right? But if we make it a expense account, then we have to track it. So our staff has to track it. So every time you buy something, then they have to apply it to that account, reimburse you, and then you have to buy it. So there again, there's a lot more steps in there throughout the whole 4-year term, versus at the beginning of the term, they give you this reimbursement amount, and it's all yours. So it's on you as a councillor elected to manage that yourself. If you spend more than that, that's on you. If you spend less on that, that's on you. But you need the technology to do the work. So it is, from the way I saw it, it was a lot more work on our staff to track everything. And then I'm not too sure if every council remembers exactly how much they've spent out of that. And then what if you go over, etc. So it is going to add more time to our staff. That's how I see it. Councillor Laurie, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, and to Councillor Bennett's point, when we speak of the main items, it really doesn't seem that cumbersome, because it's not like we're purchasing a computer every year, every month, or it's not like we're purchasing a printer every year, every month. But as mentioned, there's the one piece of technology in the phone, and the way that they have changed the way that that people are paying for their phones now, whereas you pay 2 separate charges on your telecommunications bill. You pay a hardware charge and you pay a service charge. And so we have one account that covers our hardware, being the technology reimbursement, and then we have another account that covers our connectivity. As an example, we don't have to submit our monthly cell phone bill in order to receive our connectivity allowance. We receive that connectivity allowance on the understanding that we have that. Whereas if we had a hardware portion of that bill, each and every single month for 48 months of our term, we would have to be doing an expense report, which would claim, say, the $25 that month that you paid for that piece of hardware. And then that has to go through the process of approval, then it has to go through the process of accounts payable. The second part of that is that this technology reimbursement doesn't just reimburse the specific items such as a printer, but it also is meant to compensate for the related hardware, software, accessories, and supplies. So as an example to that would be, if you have a printer, well, that printer needs paper, that printer needs ink, and those type of expenses. So again, to have it where it's a very cumbersome process where we have to manage each and every one of those items, to me, it doesn't make sense when the dollar value is not changing. As you said, Your Worship, we received the $2,750 as a one-time payment, and then it is up to us as to how we manage that and how we're stewards of that money for our personal expenses for technology. So hopefully that provides the clarity that Councillor Bennett was looking for.
Okay, Councillor Bennett, does that provide some clarity?
It does. I see that town manager's hand is up. So it provides some clarity for me. I'm beginning to see what the situation is. So yeah, thank you guys very much.
Okay, and seeing on the list of hands, our CEO Tom Golden. Go ahead, Town Manager.
Thanks, Your Worship. I thought I could maybe shed a little more to administrative perspective on this particular item. I think the other thing for council to be aware of here, so, should council see fit to adopt this particular recommendation, administratively, we would take it as, each member of council has $2,750 per term to spend on these sorts of things. And to be, I guess, fair and clear with council. When those things came through, we wouldn't spend a lot of time checking them, verifying them, making sure that, that's a reasonable account or a reasonable amount for that particular thing. So, it would simply be, we would just process that payment. Does that take time? Yes. Do we do a lot of that every month? Yes, we do. But what I would, I guess my thought though is, there's no layer of administrative oversight that's going into that. So it's not it wouldn't be any different than, ultimately the way it happens now. I think if I understand the committee correctly, they were looking at this as maybe a shift from, a taxable amount to a non-taxable amount. And I think if council wanted to hear more about that, our general manager of corporate services, given some time, could probably, if that's the goal, there's other ways to achieve that other than what's proposed. And I'll just stop there, Your Worship. Okay.
Thank you. Actually, I'm glad that you mentioned that, because in the report itself, I think Councillor Manny's mentioned that earlier, that for the technology, every comparator was getting 3,000, I believe. So I think that was the increase to cover the tax difference. All right, so let me just find that. I think Councillor Manny's pointed it out somewhere. There's a lot of paperwork to go through. Yeah, so on page 40 of 226. But the market comparators were 3,000 for a 4-year term, and then also $300 for the 4-year term for a setup of a home office fee. So with a 275 with Town Stony Plain, that 250 is probably easily attributed to the tax portion. Okay, any more comments on item number 3? Okay. From the comments I've heard, I think council is more inclined to leave it as is, as a one-time payment, and then we're done. We don't have to worry about it. The staff don't have to do anything else, and councils don't have to think about it again. So that's how that recommendation will come forward. Okay, moving to number 4, which is the connectivity allowance. The committee is recommending that councillors, members of council, be given $100 per month for data. Okay, I'll open up the floor for members of council to provide comments and suggestions. Okay. Councillor Laurie, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this is actually a question through you to administration. There was a mention by, I believe it was Mr. Alltime, about the potential to access the preferential rate plans that are done through what would be considered the enterprise business sector that the town of Stony Plain belongs to. What I'm curious about is if we have explored that option. I know from working in the telecommunications industry for many, many years, there used to be what were called employee plans. So if a corporation had an agreed upon rate plan that they had, they would also have an ability for the members or employees to access that rate plan, but on their own personal accounts. And when we look at this, I mean, I certainly don't disagree that, you know, we're all looking to try to get the best deal. But again, being in a position right now where I'm looking at the market rates and where things are at for both the home phone and communications on a single personal responsibility line, it is quite expensive. So a question through to administration, would there be opportunity, I guess, particularly on the cellular side of things, that councillors would have access to the same rate plan that the town of Stony Plain receives for all of its corporate account?
Town manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not very familiar with our plan. I would ask if our general manager of corporate services may be more familiar. And if she is, I'd ask her to provide some comment there.
Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor, it actually, our technology services manager was messaging me as the conversation was going on. It's something that we haven't explored, but we think that councillors may be eligible under the GOA plan for cell phones, which is quite attractive. It's unlimited data for $50 a month. So we have that on our list to go back and confirm whether that in fact is or is not an option, and we would report back to council. But we think that it may be an option which would help council out going forward.
Thank you. I really appreciate that answer, and I look forward to having that information come forward.
Yes. Councillor Loy.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions or maybe comments arising out of all these different discussions here. Many of us may have a plan that is, let's say, with one provider, and maybe another councillor has a plan with another provider, and those are all bundled up maybe with certain other things that they have in their home. We have one provider that looks after our landline, our cell phones, our television, our security system. I would not be willing to or wanting to drop part of that to go to another plan because it's something that the town has. So I would like to have that investigated. And I just want to remind us too, like go back that 2750, we buy these items that are compatible with the systems that we have currently in our own homes that we use. It's not town property, it's ours. And we get to keep it when we get off council. And I think that's something that we also have to try to bear in mind, that this is our own property with our own providers. That's it for now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay, any more comments with the connectivity allowance? Councillor Petchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I think I can be heard now. I think the other thing that concerns me with this connectivity allowance is the town of Stony Plain, you would think would have the same connectivity within the community, all through the community, and it's not. And I think the one thing we forget is some of the other people that are in the community that are on the outlying edges of town have to have certain things. So to have a cellular tower put on the top of your house to be able to have your council meeting within your home is an additional $600 charge. So cutting fees to accommodate one small group where the other group is going to be left out, I think is something that we need to look at. And I think if administration is looking at ways to cut costs, then they need to look at all the providers within our community. Yeah. So that everybody can be on the same program and have it so that, similar to what Councillor Loy was just mentioning, he may have a certain group that's bundled a bunch of stuff together, where another councillor may have something that they can't bundle together to say have that savings. So I think there's a bit of a disconnect from our community with the providers that are within our community, because I know some of us get Shaw, some of us don't, some of us get TELUS, some of us don't, and some of us have to use other means to get stuff. So I think that's one of the things that I'd encourage you to consider when you're considering this.
Okay, so let me just continue the conversation so we can move this forward. This is a recommendation. I've heard some comments either way. Are we happy with this, or do you want to change it, or do you leave it the same? Like that's what I'm looking for you guys, so that we can direct administration to bring the policy back. I've heard comments. I have not heard anybody saying that they want to increase it or decrease it or anything else. If there's not, then we're going to go forward, and this is the recommendation. Councillor Matties, go ahead. You had your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to see the $146, $1,750 per year remain. I just think until there's a better option, and we determine that, then changing it right now doesn't make sense.
Okay. Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would echo Councillor Maddie's comments there. It does not seem reasonable to lower the connectivity allowance to $100.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that this is definitely one area that we need to refer back to administration for further information so that we can have a thorough discussion on how to move forward on this. So basically, I'm suggesting this item, this recommendation be referred to administration for more information.
Okay, Councillor Bennett, I was going to ask for referral after we've actually had a conversation regarding all of the recommendations by the committee. As you hear, there's so many different options and angles as for connectivity that we have different areas in town that have different connectivity levels and stuff. We're not going to make it 100% for everybody. I think the idea is to make it most fair for everybody. So do you think, my question to you is, do you think $100 is adequate a month for connectivity? Or do you think it's $1,400 or $1,750 or $1,250? Right?
I think we leave it as it is.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one to give an exact opinion on. I think there are a lot of options around it. I am inclined to look at the options that we have in front of us in order to reduce it. But at the same time, I believe, we have a responsibility, just like the town would provide a phone for a general manager or anybody else. I think council would be at the same level. The public expects us to be accessible. So I think we need to be fairly compensated. I'm sorry, Your Worship, I can't give you a clear answer of leave it as it is or bring it down to $100. I think we need to explore ways that we can provide options which make it reasonable to reduce the amount that is required by council for this expense.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Looking at the base comparators that were provided by the committee, I think it could be adequate that this be reduced down to $1,500 a year. I think that gives a balance for what is currently being used and what has been recommended by the committee. Again, I have to stress that the connectivity allowance is for us to stay connected so that we can do our jobs as councillors. There's also not the one and only thing that we do with that connectivity. We use it for our own personal uses as well. So my suggestion is that we drop it down to $1,500 a year, which is $125 a month. Okay. Members of council? Councillor Loy, go ahead. Okay, Councillor Meyer?
I would be supportive of that.
Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, Your Worship, I would support that. Like I said, it's reducing it from where we were at, it's bringing it down, and I think the combination of that and looking at ways that we can potentially provide some piggybacking on the offers the town receives to make that a little bit more fair is a good idea. So I'm in favor of reducing it down to your suggestion.
Okay. Councillor Loy, your hand's up. Go ahead.
I apologize. I didn't realize that you were asking for a vote on this particular thing. I think it's an excellent recommendation of $1,500, and I'd support it.
Okay. Councillor Pletchko, you had your hand up, but that's down. Do you still want to speak? Okay. Okay, any more comments on that? I think recommendation 4 does make sense. And I'm looking at the comparators. I think 125 is comparable and fair for members of the next council coming forward. And we mentioned many things, that there's different options that the staff will look at. And sometimes, as mentioned by Councillor Petchko earlier, you might not want to join the town plan because you're at home with other options and other plans. So, for us to handcuff previous councils to say that you have to have a town plan when it's going to hurt the rest of your packages is probably not a wise idea. Okay, moving on to recommendation number 5, which is the educational budget. The committee is recommending that it be changed to $4,000 for the 4-year term. So a councillor, I'm guessing from what I understand and read on that, is that a councillor can use all $4,000 in 1 year, or they can spread it over 2 years or 4 years, but that's the max. As I mentioned earlier, right now, currently it's budgeted for $2,500 per council term per member. That does add a little bit to our budget. However, I've been checking on the education amounts that are used by members of council, and not 1 year has all of council ever come close to using their entire budgeted amount. I think the amount is for members of council, especially newer members of council, to attend meetings and conferences and seminars to get them up to speed and to learn about governance and what is meant to be a councillor. Members of council, the recommendation is there. Comments and suggestions and thoughts on recommendation number 5, the educational budget. Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just need a little clarification. And nowhere in this recommendation to talk about the FCM being a separate budget item and AUMA being a separate budget item. I think those are two conferences that are really important for us to attend. I've always felt that we kind of balanced out with FCM so that everybody has the opportunity to go at least once in their term, and if they want to use their expense account, they could go twice. So I need clarification on that. Does that include going to FCM once a term and going to AUMA?
Okay, so Councillor Bennett, this does not include that. AUMA is built into the budget where every member of council is budgeted to attend, and if they're not, then that dollars just gets put back into general revenue. If we do, then we get to go. FCM, as you mentioned, has been budgeted that we typically send 3 members of council to FCM, a mayor and 2 members of council, and we kind of rotate that through the term. In the past, members of council has used their educational budget to attend FCM because there was a certain speaker or some courses that they wanted to take there, but they were not scheduled to go. Right, so that gives that opportunity about attending education sessions, kind of, matching that to, become the best counselor that you can be.
I could add to my comments if you'd allow me to at this time.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Some of the statements that our remuneration committee made about council attending courses that are close to home, a little bit more local, doesn't cost as much. That's a real argument because at one point, Camrose College was offering some governance for counselors courses, and they were really expensive. I believe it was well over $1,000. And so that kind of eliminates that, well, take a course that's near. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The education budget is for registration of these, and some of them are quite quite expensive. The other point I'm going to make is that we keep talking about when new councillors come on board and get elected. Of course they need a lot of training and be able to understand all the ramifications and what their role and responsibility is. But I would hate to think that someone who's been on council for several years, such as me and other members, that we could be stagnant. And so the training we took at the beginning, like 13 years ago, would be sufficient for us. That's not fair. We have to be relevant. We have to be up to the latest trends all throughout our terms on council. And so that needs to be noted. It's not just when you come on council. It is a continuously lifelong learning in order to be the best councillor you can be.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Matties, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I concur with everything that Councillor Bennett had just said, and the importance of education. I think that new individuals should be encouraged to take additional courses quickly with the elected official education program to make sure they're up and running quickly and effective in the role. And again, I think too, as we expand and our world is becoming increasingly complex around us, whether that's board training or other types of training, we require it. Having said that, I think if my memory serves me right, that we had an education budget of $1,500 in the past, and I believe it was raised to $2,500. Is that correct? If somebody could clarify that for me. But I could see going down to $1,500 per year. With maybe the option that I guess there's that other fund or something, that if somebody really needed to take something additional beyond that was a bit more expensive, that would potentially be covered.
Okay. Thanks for your comments, Councillor Matties. And yes, I think that was increased with the last remuneration, I believe. Councillor Lloyd, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'd really like to see the policy stay the way it has been in this particular term. It's not money that is actually spent, as you just alluded to a few minutes ago, that you checked out, and I can only speak for myself too. I've never come anywhere near close to utilizing that total amount of money. So, but it's there if something does come up, and to me, it's money in the bank type of deal, not necessarily spent. I'd appreciate it to stay the way it was. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anyone else have comment on this? Councillor Laurie? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, listening to the conversation, I see a lot of different viewpoints, and there's two things that have stood out to me that I've heard. One is that, in all the time that you've kind of looked at it and we've looked at it, it's not really been used to its full potential. And the other that, when things come up, there are opportunities. Even though this money's not spent, it is budgeted, and that means that money has to be allocated each and every year in the expenses, and whether it gets used or not by the end of the year is a different story. I also know that we do have council contingency funds and things like that are available if certain situations were to come up. So I don't know if I'm in favor as drastic of a reduction that's been suggested, going from, I guess, what would be $10,000 for a term down to $4,000 for a term. But I certainly wouldn't be opposed to seeing a reduction on it, given the fact that the amounts that's budgeted is not being utilized. Anybody doing budgeting, if an amount is constantly coming in under budget over and over and over and over again, the likelihood is that budget amount would get adjusted down to what is average and reasonable for that amount. And as we've said, you have the ability to, authorize moving some of that money around. And then we also have other avenues if for some reason something major did come up that we felt had the value. So I'm not opposed to reducing it down from the $2,500 a year that we have right now to a more reasonable amount that aligns with how it has been spent in the past.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, I don't see any more hands up, so I'll provide what I see coming out of this policy. I can see that I wouldn't mind seeing it dropping down to about 25, from 2,500 to 2,000. That does, as Councillor Laurie, our Deputy Mayor, said, that does reduce the kind of the budget impact, but it still allows enough for members of council to attend training, to stay relevant, and have a full understanding of what the role is and how to better educate themselves so that we can actually provide the proper governance for committees. I would have to argue with one thing with Councillor Laurie, our Deputy Mayor, of saying that just because we don't use it, we should just cut it, because then that goes to the whole saying of budgets that are created by the provincial government. Every department wants to use all their funds to prove that they need it so they can get an increase in their funds. I don't think that's a good strategy here in the town of Stony Plain. I think the strategy is that we want to provide the budget amount there for members of council to stay relevant, to stay educated, and stay up to speed at what's happening, especially now with the changing economics, the changing demographics, now dealing with COVID. It is good for council to stay on top of everything. So I would suggest that we drop that down to 2,000 per councillor per year. Members of council, any questions, comments, and thoughts regarding that suggestion? Councillor Laurie, go ahead. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify my intention behind those comments weren't the you don't use it, you lose it type of scenario. My intention behind the comments were saying align the budget amount that we have more so to what we are likely to use or is reasonable to use. So I agree with your recommendation to bring it down to a lower level.
Okay. Thank you. Any more comments about bringing that down to a lower level? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you look at all of our expenses when we hand it in. I agree with Deputy Mayor's point about factor in truly what do we use, and do you think, Mr. Mayor, that it is about the same amount as what you're suggesting to move it down to, I believe you said 2,000?
Yeah, so some councillors have come close to reaching the $2,500 limit, and other councillors have not. So I think this is based on the ability and the courses that are offered at that time. You mentioned the one that was provided by Camrose College that was looking at governance, and yes, so it was over $1,000. So just doing that one course puts you over what's suggested $1,000 a year for a 4-year term. So I think having that reduction will reduce the overall budget in Town of Stony Plain, so then therefore it opens up more budgeting room for administrative staff.
I agree with you there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any more comments on that? Okay, seeing none, so with recommendation 5, the education budget, we'll reduce it down to 22,000 per council member per year. Okay, moving to item recommended number 9. Sorry, it's getting late in the day. I need some water. Move on to recommendation number 6, parental leave. Again, it is a recommendation that should be looked at in the future. Does any member of council feel that it is pressing that needs to be looked at now to be included? As I mentioned, and I asked questions for clarity, that we kind of have this already in our policies as a council. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. This one strikes me as sort of a no-brainer, and I can't sort of understand why it's, like you say, it is partially already in. It seems that maybe something it could be trumpeted to encourage younger women to get involved in council. So I would like to see this one come to the forefront sooner.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Meyer. Councillor Bennett.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's kind of my train of thought too. We don't know who is going to be elected onto council next term. And so to leave this parental leave, even the discussion of it until 2024, that's, you know, if we get somebody on council who, I think it's an enticement. I think Councillor Meyer is right. I think it could be an enticement to younger people to be able to run for council. So I too would like to see it come to the forefront sooner than 2024.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, go ahead. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm going to echo some sentiments here. I think we need to understand that, you know, the position of council does not fall under the same labor standards as a regular employment. Therefore, many of the other things like parental leave or family leave or any of those kind of things don't actually apply, and there's only certain provisions through the MGA. So I think there's a lot of value in looking at the creation of these policies to exist within the town of Stony Plain for not just the parental leave, but the family leave and those type of things as well. And I think waiting till 2024 to do so does not make any sense to me. I doubt this would be able to be ready in time for us to approve the policy, but I think certainly, or the compensation policy, but I think certainly over the coming months or year, we should be able to see something come forward from administration for this.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments regarding this? Nope. Okay, see no more hands up. I would concur. Like, I think when I read it, I think it's a good idea. Like I said, we do have this policy anyways. We do currently make sure that our councillors are looked after if they have needs to look after family or they've been ill themselves. Maybe a question to administration is, how do we build it into policy?
Your Worship, I could speak to that one in that other municipalities have put bylaw in place. So we do have examples of, Spruce Grove would be the closest neighbor, but there are a couple of other comparators that did provide copies of the bylaw, so we could use that as a basis and bring back a draft for council to review over the next year.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and I'm comfortable with that. Is everyone comfortable with administration bringing back a bylaw here within next year for us to review? Okay, seeing some nods and no hands up, so I'm guessing that is good. Okay, that's direction for administration. Recommendation number 7, reporting. So the committee is asking that we should get something to track all the information received by all council members for other committees, etc. And I think Councillor Matty's had a good example there where the city of St. Albert said there's just more work for the councillors, and the councillors that sit on there, the committee should get paid. So I'll open that up. Questions and comments regarding that recommendation number 7? Councillor Laurie, go ahead. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not against this idea in principle. I think clarity and transparency in reporting of compensation is vital. A couple of questions that I have, and one, a lot of this compensation is actually removed from the town themselves. So I'm not sure what the best way to go in how that would be reporting. I mean, councillors essentially would have to I guess self-report and bring that in. But my second question to that would be, would that compensation not be required to be publicly disclosed by the agencies that councillor is sitting on? So for instance, if it was EMRB or if it was a water commission or anything like that, are those compensations not declared publicly through those individual entities, and it's just a matter of it's having to look on a deeper layer? Or if there's some clarity and an answer on that, that'd be great.
Yes, all these are public entities, so the remuneration paid out is publicly stated there. So it does already do that.
Okay, so I guess my question then is the value, if it is already publicly stated, is the value in essentially having it stated again, I guess, or how administration feels they would go about ensuring that they captured all of that information and I guess put it all in one place.
Right. That's a good question for administration to consider. Administration, through the research, have you seen any other municipalities have this? Like they gather everything that the council members are remunerated for and then put onto a spreadsheet or somewhere?
Your Worship, we have not researched this in depth. I'm not aware of anyone else that is doing this, but again, we haven't looked into this one in depth either, just because it was, something that we hadn't heard of or really thought about. So I can't really provide you much advice on, and I wasn't aware of St. Albert. If they're doing something there, we could reach out to them to find out exactly how they're doing this.
Okay, I haven't followed up with St. Albert, but it could have changed. But from what I understood before was that all remuneration paid to council members or the mayor went directly to the city of St. Albert, and then the city of St. Albert reimbursed to that individual based on the city of St. Albert's per diem policy. Councillor Mattis, you had your hand up? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. With regards to the city of St. Albert, I mean, basically what happened was originally the mayor and the councillors, any per diems that they were paid for an external committee was collected by the city, but then it was utilized to cover council expenses. And then with this new policy, they said because people that are working part-time should get paid for the work that they are doing. So in the case of the mayor, who's a full-time position, that they were compensated to do all of those responsibilities, but a part-time mayor or councillor that is its part-time role, the nature of the work, that they would end up having the per diems paid to them directly with the new motion. So that's basically what happened there. The issue that I have is with regards to reporting. I think it's the right thing to do. I think people need to know that individuals are attending meetings and they're important meetings and it's important work, and that people that are doing the work should get paid. And I do think that it's as simple as us doing a monthly expense report. I mean, for me to be able to say I was at 4 AMA meetings in 2019 and 2018, and I was paid $300 a meeting, I have absolutely no problem doing that. That's transparent, and people should be able to access those documents in our town. They shouldn't have to go search out that Linda was at an AUMA, or at to measure regional board meetings, or shared investment for shared benefit, or whatever it is. We should be transparent. That is the right thing, because the taxpayer ultimately is paying for this.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. That was good information. Councillor Meyer, you're up next.
Well, I don't think I could put it any better than how Councillor Mattis put it. Transparency is something that our citizens demand.
Councillor Pletchko, you had your hand up for a little bit. Okay, so that's down. Okay, so any more comments? Let me do that. Okay, administration, can you do some more research on this?
Yes, Your Worship, we can reach out to St. Albert and just poll to see if anyone else is doing something similar.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bennett, you have your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm a little slow on the draw. So when I read this recommendation in this report, it is very simple. It is very obvious, and like Councillor Maddie said, it is something that is the right thing to do. But what I'm also hearing is referring and getting more information from St. Albert. In my mind, we're convoluting this. Like, are we looking at a whole new process, which is what St. Albert did, or are we just accepting this recommendation, which is a good recommendation?
Okay. I think the idea is to see how other municipalities are recording the compensation that council members are receiving for sitting on other boards and stuff. Because currently we do not. We just what's reported in our financial statements is only what we pay out as a town, because that's what our role is. We can't list everybody else's remuneration from different corporations on there.
Well, I think we should accept recommendation number 7, and as it is. Like, I don't know that we need to go into a whole, a whole deep dive into what everyone else is doing. It's the right thing to do. We should, I think someone else suggested it, just as like a monthly expense. We submit what it is that we have received from our committees and our boards. Simple as that, in my mind.
Right, and then because we do upload it to our website, so we can probably add it to that. But it won't be part of the annual reports. Okay, Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make one more comment. The opportunity to participate in these external boards is bestowed on us because we are elected officials representing this community. So I do believe, just as Councillor Bennett stated, simply we just need to have the information so that if a community member wants to access and understand what our compensation is, that it's there.
Right. Thank you. Yes, and I think when Councillor Bennett was talking about it, I think we can add it to our monthly reports that we post online. Okay. Okay, any more conversation on this? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to recommendation. Oh, okay, that's it. There's no changes required. The recommendation from the committee was that the mileage and private business insurance stay, the benefits stay, the retirement plan for RSP or TFSA stay. Any comments regarding that? Okay, see no hands up and no. Okay, I do appreciate the work that was done by the committee. It is definitely a lot of work, as you can see by the amount of questions that council had regarding the presentation and regarding the suggestions that are happening. It is good to have the information that we did receive. So, members of council, like I mentioned earlier, this was the first time that we've seen it and saw the presentation. Councillor Meyer made the motion to accept the policy and to repeal the last one, but I'm going to ask for a referral so that administration can make those adjustments that council has debated and talked about. So Councillor Loy, to make the motion for referral, please.
Can you hear me, Worship?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that town council refer the council compensation and expense policy CC 0-048 to administration to bring back with an update in January 2021.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Loy. Thank you. So this is a referral. So we're going to debate the motion to referral this. Members of council, any questions of why this referral is here? No. Thank you, Councillor Loy. Just to administration, the motion is to bring back to in January 2021. Is that enough time for administration to have that ready for us? Yeah, you have to mute.
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. And see no more hands up, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor, please use your raised hand or text it in. I have 6 hands. Okay, I have 7, so it's 7, and that's passed the referral back to administration. Thank you. It is now 9:47, so let's take another recess before we continue on with our agenda. So can we make it like 10 minutes, guys? Thank you. All right, welcome back to members of council and to everyone that is watching and participating. We're back to agenda. Looking at our council procedure bylaw, this meeting has now gone on close to 5 hours because we started at 5 o'clock, and our procedure bylaw says that we need a motion to exceed 5-hour meetings. So I need a motion by Councillor Palechko, please. Councillor Palechko.
Yes, thank you. I so make that motion.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure everyone wants to vote against this motion, but there's 2 more business items that we need to take care of, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, I'm only seeing 6 hands. Okay, I see 7. Okay, all in favor. Thank you to the recording secretary. It was 7-4. 7 in favor. Thank you. Moving on to 9.2, the golf course operations update. Go ahead, administration, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask our General Manager of Community and Protective Services to provide some comment.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. I'm just going to share my screen here quickly with you to do a quick presentation just to highlight the operational year that we had in 2020. If you could just confirm that you can see the presentation once it comes up, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first off, just would like to highlight to council that there were some adding discrepancies in our report, and they have been corrected in the chart this evening. So, and those were related to the rain section of this presentation. So 2020, just some overall highlights shared with you this evening, and then I will provide some charts with council related to the operations and the final numbers that we experienced at the golf course. Just briefly and broadly, 2020 was a very successful year out at the golf course. The golf industry across Canada probably was had its best year in 2020. I think a combination of weather cooperated. People had a bit more time on their hands and freedom to enjoy the game of golf. And we were well suited for a pandemic option for people, as it was outdoors, and outdoors was deemed the safest option for people related to COVID-19. So staff did work very hard this year to ensure that the conditions were maintained for the community, and it was a safe operation, and things were conducted as per the guidelines that were given to us by Alberta Health Services. So big pat on the back for the staff out at the golf course. The conditions were changing weekly for a moment, and then throughout the season there were several changes that were made to the guidelines that certainly the staff did their best job to ensure that everything was being met and we can continue being operating under the high standards that the province was expecting through the COVID-19 pandemic. So just to capture some of the things that exist at the golf course throughout the season. So we did start with 10-minute tee times, so golfers couldn't arrive at the golf course before 10 minutes. In July, we did extend that to 25 minutes, primarily because we did have some of our practice facilities opened, which allowed us to shuffle people into different areas of the golf course to maintain the social distancing. Pro Shop did open, didn't open until about the second week of operations, so around the May 14th timeline. And we continued to have restrictions throughout the entire operational year with 4 golfers in the Pro Shop at all time, and 6 feet distancing at all times in the Pro Shop. The practice areas, as mentioned just a few moments ago, did open in the June timeframe. We did have the driving range open. We certainly had less bays for driving range, and the driving range did have to be booked similar to a tee time. Practice facility for putting, it opened with social distancing, and later in the year we did open the chipping facility behind the putting green. Restaurant, we did open the restaurant. We opted to go to a contract with our previous kitchen staff from last year for the 2020 operational year. They were permitted around the third week of May to open the restaurant. We did open the 10th tee, and the beverage cart was making the rounds throughout the golf course for the duration of the season. Social distancing continued to be in place for the entire season. We did remove all the high touch areas from the golf course, and a big change to golf this year where the pins had to remain in place as they were a high touch item on all golf courses. So we did go through several different options for golfers in terms of getting their golf ball out of the cup. So we eventually landed on a device that you tapped with your putter and the ball came out of the hole. Power carts did start with one person per cart. About midway through the year, there was the ability for us to go to 2 people per cart. However, we still had a lot of people that preferred the single cart and single rider scenario. A quick estimation last week, about 50% of those that golf this year rode, and the other 50% walked. So a fairly decent split with the power carts. Again, we opened on May 6th, and we closed on October 14th when the snow came in quite quickly on us. So getting into the highlights, so the rounds played in 2020 compared to 2019. 2020 is in blue, 19 is in blue. About 20,500 rounds were played. We did do the greens replacement project last year, so we did open in June rather than May. We did have some temporary greens in May, so that certainly impacted our round counts. Plus, we did have a wetter year in 2019. Total rounds for 2020, just under 33,000, so 32,911 rounds. Very good round count for the Stony golf course. Driving range, as mentioned a few moments ago, May we did not open the driving range. We opened in June, so that did impact our revenues. We were about 53,000 for 2019 and 44 for 2020. Rain days, this is the biggest variation from 2019 to 2020. As you can see, the blue shows the 2019 rain days at 54, and the total rain days for 2020 is 7.5. So when you look at the number of days that golf was not being played in 2019, that certainly impacts your round count and impacts a lot of different parts of the operation of a golf course. So again, the weather was in our favor for sure in 2020. So from a staffing perspective, due to COVID-19, we did open the golf course with reduced numbers. If you remember, we did come to council in April with a revised budget, not knowing if the golf course was opening or not, and we did have a large deficit projected. Once May came along, we did come back to council in June, and we lowered that deficit substantially with the knowledge of being permitted to be open. So we are still trending with a break even at the golf course, maybe a little bit better, but those numbers will be confirmed once you do the audit in the beginning stages of 2021. So when the audit is presented to council, certainly the numbers will be confirmed at that time. But we did maintain a 40% reduction in staff in the maintenance side, a 25% reduction in staff in the pro shop side, and the back shop, which is where the carts and the driving range and that type of work, 50% reduction. And of course, we're reporting 100% reduction in food and beverage because we moved it to a lease operation. So the staff at the golf course right now will be, we're in our winter operations. Simulator leagues have started. They're quite busy. 4 people are permitted to be in the simulator at one time. We do have social distancing in place, mask requirements. So we are abiding by the guidelines and we are keeping people safe within the building. Cross-country ski trails open today. The first tracks were set today. There are some areas that still require more snow. However, there's enough for us to put a fairly decent track down. And as the snow continues to fall, we'll improve the tracks. Staff will continue working on the 2021 season planning. We're still investigating what our tournament options are for 2021. The programs that we're able to offer, we didn't have private lessons. Sorry, we didn't have group lessons, golf lessons this year. We had private lessons, so perhaps we can get back into that depending on COVID regulations in 2021. Understanding the protocols that we might be facing in 2021. Certainly there's a lot of promotion right now for membership and punch pass sales and Christmas sales. And the staff are finalizing some of their procurement for merchandise for the 2021 season. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation to this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions related to the golf course operation in 2020.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very informative presentation. Moving on to members of council. We've had the report that was in our package. Any questions of clarity and understanding to the general manager? Councillor Matties, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Given the situation that we have with COVID and hopefully possibly vaccines moving forward, I guess my question is some of the changes that we've implemented with COVID, how do we expect that to play out next year? And I guess what are some of the programming changes that you might be considering moving forward to further expand some of the really good growth that you've had this year?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Matties, certainly some of the COVID regulations that we believe will remain in place. They may be removed if vaccinations come out in full force, but we're anticipating that for the majority of next year's season, we'll still be under COVID-19 regulations or restrictions. So certainly tee time restrictions or separations. At one point we were at 7 to 5 minutes during a normal operation, and we moved up to 10 to 12 for COVID. So certainly there is a belief that we'll keep the 10-minute separation time, as that didn't really impact us and our golf operations greatly. And it did provide a better experience. Definitely would like to bring back more of the personal touch services that we did offer in the past, but again, COVID-19 will, and the regulations that might exist in 2021 may have some impact on those restrictions with respect to some of our junior programs and lesson programs, and also the free three-hole course, the junior course. So those are the things that we're looking at and ways in which we can continue to offer those in a safe manner based on this year's restrictions, understanding that they could be the same, could be changed, more restrictive or less restrictive in 2021. The big change that we did this year with respect to revenue was a 10 punch pass. That seems to be a very well subscribed item. Some people are recognizing they'd like to play more golf courses, and a membership certainly ties them into a single golf course. So the addition of the 10 punch pass has allowed us the ability to attract more people to come to the course, and they just continue to buy the 10 punch pass. So that's something that we will continue in the 2021 operational season.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Meyer. Sorry, Councillor Mattis, you have something else to follow up?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify in terms of maybe some of the marketing strategies that you might have moving forward to, take advantage of the increased numbers that we had this year, and how we can maybe reach out to them, and also maybe some alternative means. And I had a brief conversation with the economic development officer, and we talked about, like, for example, advertising on mediums like Word with Friends. Like, it just seems like there's so many entities advertising on mediums like that, and just wondering, do you have any plans for that?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Matties, we can certainly reach out to Mr. McCauley and have some further conversations about that. The fortunate thing about COVID-19 was we had to collect people's information due to tee times and bookings. So staff have been using that to their advantage in terms of promoting our 2021 season with people that we may not have typically had the opportunity to promote during a normal operating year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to our General Manager. Even as I asked the question, I think I've asked it before, but I'll ask it again anyhow. If I was wondering if you could speak to staffing levels for next year, considering we had a much higher round count this year that appears to have been able to have been serviced with a lower staff contingent. I was wondering if that plays into plans for next year.
Okay.
Your Worship, to Councillor Meyer, certainly it does. We will be starting the year as we did in 2020 with the lower numbers, and as our course starts to get busier, then we'll start to increase our staff loads at the golf course. But generally speaking, the reductions that you saw on the slide a few moments ago is what we're moving forward with in 2021. As you're right, we did operate the golf course with lower numbers, and there was some tough times for sure. But throughout the year, we did supplement with a couple of positions that made it easier for the staff to maintain the busyness. So I think there's a good handle and understanding as to what resources we need from a staffing perspective, and certainly they'll probably mirror what we had in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions and comments for clarity and understanding? Okay. And Councillor Bennett is having some issues with her computer and connectivity. She has been just logging off, and she'll try to log back in here in a couple minutes. Okay, seeing none, if I can ask Deputy Mayor to make the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council accept the 2020 golf course operational report for information.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Members of Council, any questions or debate regarding the information? Okay. See none, maybe I'll just have a quick question to ask the administration. Based on the fact that we had a really good season in terms of weather, and also with the pandemic where individuals are not allowed or suggested to leave the country, the municipalities, so it kept a lot of people around the communities, and maybe that's one of the reasons why the round count is up. Is there any consideration been given to when this pandemic starts to lessen and people are allowed to move around more freely? Will that have an impact on our round counts and our projected revenue going forward?
Your Worship, certainly that's part of the planning that we've projected. We've projected less round counts than this year. We do believe we'll have as strong as a year as 2020 and 2021. However, each year weather is dependent, and there's some other factors that we certainly do factor into our revenues. So certainly we believe we'll have a good year in 2021. We have adjusted our expenses to match our projected revenues, and we are also taking the approach that if the year starts to be less advantageous to us, we have some in-season adjustments we can make to ensure that once the season
is now joining.
Once the season is completed, we're not looking at some of the scenarios that we have experienced over the last 2 to 4 years.
Okay. Thank you very much, and welcome back, Councillor Bennett. Okay, any more questions for the General Manager regarding the 2020 golf report? Councillor Bennett, you just joined back in. Do you have any questions for the General Manager regarding the golf operations update? Okay, hearing nothing from Councillor Bennett, I'm going to move on.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I do. Do you have any
Okay.
questions?
No, I said that it was a very well done package and I read it thoroughly, so I have no questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Please stay on the line. I'm just going to call the question now. All in favor?
In favor?
Okay, recording secretary, that's 7 in favor. Thank you. Okay, moving on to number 9.3 is the corporate plan 2021 to 2023. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, proud to bring back to Council the 2021-2023 corporate plan. Council will well remember that just a couple of weeks ago, this was brought in front of Council for debate and discussion and ultimately direction. The lead sheet provided for you this evening, Your Worship, does have on, I believe, page 129 of 226, 5 bullet points there, which reflect the motions made by Council on, I believe, November 3rd. Your Worship, it's not my intent to go through the entirety of the corporate plan again in great detail, but I did want to touch on the direction that Council provided at that time, and certainly able to answer questions as well. Your Worship, I did want to point out that as part of the dialogue on November 2nd and November 3rd, there was direction given to work in partnership with the City of Spruce Grove for Boundary Road North. I would report to Council that following our meetings in the City of Spruce Grove corporate plan meetings, the idea was we would just enter into a dialogue and we try to understand what's required for Boundary Road North and so forth. But no funding is required at this point in time, either by the Town of Stony Plain or the City of Spruce Grove. Secondly, Your Worship, there was commentary about updated feasibility and business case for South Park design. We take that direction from Council and have begun some discussion on that, and we will be prepared and able to provide updates to Council. I believe it's second quarter of 2021. Your Worship, now back to some of the monetary items. So there were 5 motions made. Each of them had a different potential or real impact on the tax increase. Council did ask for an overall reduction. And on the lead sheet, again on page 129, there is some delineation of what measures were taken to meet those reductions. So just very quickly for Council and for the community at large that may be still watching, we did go into some of the Council accounts and are recommending a reduction to the Council the FCM conference amount. That is essentially, of the anticipation that even early in 2021, some of our annual conferences may remain in a digital form. So we feel reasonably safe doing that at this point in time. The second bullet there, strategic plan retreat, that's to cover off some of the travel expenses, costs associated with traveling for a strategic plan retreat. Again, given some of the challenges with COVID-19, I think it's a fair assumption that those expenses won't be incurred. The third one, Your Worship, promotion and development, that's a reduction of $5,000, which generally Council has used in the past to provide gifts for golf tournaments and silent auctions and so on and so forth for banquets and whatnot. Your Worship, again, through 2020, we did see a reduction in that account, largely based on COVID-19, and we anticipated, at minimum, the first quarter to the first 2 quarters of 2021 being similar. We feel that's again another safe recommendation there on the Council expenditures. Second main area that I would point out, FCSS original budget did include staff merit-based increments. And if I can maybe refresh council's understanding with that, two things to note there. First of all, FCSS is just by timeline required to submit their budget. I would say almost 4 to 6 weeks ahead of time prior to the main town budget being completed. Typically, FCSS will align with us on merit and staff costs on any given year. So this was included in the original budget, and in discussions with the executive director of FCSS, this was another item that we felt could be reduced to meet council direction. Finally, Your Worship, the remainder of the amounts that we had to find to meet the direction of council was just shy of $100,000, and those came from what I would say just a variety of operating accounts, both some on expenses, a couple small revenue accounts. When we looked at them, we felt maybe there was a little more room on the revenue side. All of those, Your Worship, I would say we do not expect directly affecting service levels in 2021. I would also add to that further, though, that moving into 22, 23, some of those accounts would be revisited just to make sure that we don't erode too much of an operating budget in any particular area where it does start to affect direct service levels. Your Worship, with that, I believe there's a motion in front of you asking for approval. The corporate plan itself, and it's what would be considered a finalized format for council, is contained therein. And to summarize what would happen next, Your Worship, approval of the corporate plan allows administration to confidently begin on capital project planning, operational planning, and ensures the existing service levels do not see any interruption, flipping from December 31st to January 1st. Okay. Your Worship, I'll stop there. Certainly myself or the general managers are available to answer any questions council may have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Town Manager, for that presentation and showing us where the reductions came from the motions that council had made earlier this month. Members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding to the Town Manager? Okay, see none. Councilor Mattis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just would like to, I guess, have a little bit additional clarification with the capital projects that we have agreed to or have indicated that to go forward with. I worry about our reserves, and I guess would like to have administration's review again just briefly as to our reserve position, and if we feel that we have strength as potentially if we go through a rougher period with COVID and moving forward, are we strong is I guess my question.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Mattis. Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll make a couple comments there, and then perhaps our General Manager wishes to add a little bit further, General Manager of Corporate Services. Your Worship, if the question is there a worry or concern, I don't know that I would use the words worry or concern. Your Worship, I do think that, reserve levels and debt levels were a specific focus administratively this year. We attempted to do utilize some grant funding essentially to do our best we could in one particular year, I guess, to keep that balance sheet as clean as possible and plan for a cleaner balance sheet moving forward. But I would just go a little bit further, Your Worship, and say that there's still uncertainty going into 2021. We feel this corporate plan positions us well positions us as best we can at this point to be able to react or adjust as necessary. I'll stop there, and I'll ask if the general manager of corporate services wishes to add anything further to debt levels, reserve levels.
Thank you, Town Manager. The only thing that I would add is I think it's a good question and it's a good discussion for council to keep having. I think the Town Manager said it well that, you know, we've made some recommendations to use some of the grant funding that we got from the stimulus and from the MOST grant on the COVID-related one-time funding to put us in a stronger than we could have recommended position moving forward. And part of our work plan and to work through with council in 2021 is to look at those reserves and continue to have the discussion as to where do we go from here. And part of that will be understanding the economy as it continues to unfold and what COVID's doing to that. So it's definitely a challenging time for all municipalities. But I think, you know, we've done the best that we can at this point, and we have it on radar to continue to watch those levels with no new debt coming on in 2021 and making some, you know, conservative recommendations for 2021 so that we're set up well into the future and we can adjust those as we understand the picture more.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Bennett, you had a question. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I know that in the minutes from the last FCSS meeting that the FCSS board has voted to come into town as a department of the town. I'm wondering, is there going to be a reduction or an increase in that move? So that I'm a little concerned with the reduction in the staff merit pay with FCSS. So I'm wondering if we can make some kind of savings by bringing them into the town administration department.
Okay. Go ahead, Town Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Bennett and the rest of the council. I mean, at a I guess the highest level, you know, I wouldn't expect that to increase costs in the corporate plan, that transition. I don't know that I would expect it to decrease overall costs. So I don't see a net impact on the corporate plan for 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions and comments regarding this? Okay, see none. Again, on behalf of Town Council and our residents, thank you very much for the staff for doing such a great job on the corporate plan. I know there was a lot of things that were already cut before it came to council for November 2nd and 3rd. It was so well done that we didn't even have the 3rd day, so we actually gained an extra day in our lives. So thank you very much for that, administration. See that there is no more hands up. I'm going to ask. Let me see. Deputy Mayor, you haven't made a motion in a while? Oh, you did. I'm sorry. Did
I was going to say, it wasn't that long ago, but I'll do it if you need me to.
No. Sit back down. Okay. We will, Councillor Bennett, since you're on the phone.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I move that Town Council approves the 2021 to 2023 corporate plan, including A, B, C, and D. And also that the 2021 Stony Plain Community Support Services budget as provided, with the town of Stony Plain contributing $285,498.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Any last comments from administration?
No, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any more comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Please use your raised hand.
In
Council-
favor?
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Recording Secretary, there's 7 in favor. Thank you. Right, that ends our business items. So moving on to council information and council discussion. Members of council, this is the time that if you'd like to update council on anything or provide any comments that you've heard on throughout the community from our residents. We'll start with Councillor Matties. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do not have anything to report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Loy, please.
No, Your Worship, I have nothing that is pressing for this evening.
Councillor Meyer.
Considering the time, I will save my comments for another day.
Thank you. Councillor Pletchko.
I as well will save mine for another day.
Councillor Bennett.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm just bursting with excitement that the fundraiser that was just completed on the weekend for the Meridian Housing Foundation raised over $7,000. And they wanted me to express to the staff their appreciation for the framed mural print that was part of the bidding process. So, yeah, I'm really excited. I think we had a very successful week in having that art auction. Mr. Mayor, the only other thing that I would add is that, you know, with our COVID changing daily and the numbers increasing the way they are, I just want to express my appreciation to Town Council for providing this virtual format for us to still all be part of council proceedings. I think that it shows leadership, and I think that it shows our community that we are serious about what's happening and that we want to keep our whole community safe. And we appreciate all the people who are following the new regulations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennett, and congratulations on a successful fundraiser for the Meridian Housing Foundation. And yes, the town of Stony Plain will follow all protocols outlined by Alberta Health Services to keep our staff and our residents safe in this time of unrest and uneasiness with the pandemic. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one quick question, and if administration doesn't have the answer, we can just get a follow-up in email. I'm just wondering if we have a status update on the Stony Plain Central School and whether the province has actually issued the tender for that school and when we can expect our next project update for it.
Okay. Thank you. Administration, do you have anything to add quickly, or can we wait for an email?
Your Worship, I don't. And I will just ask if one of my general managers has an update that they can report to please jump in. If they don't jump in, that means we don't have one off the top of our heads, Your Worship, and we would make an inquiry and provide council with an update.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I believe last time we met with our MLA, there was supposed to be a tendering going out for the school in this quarter, so that'd be good to find out where that is at. Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Laurie?
That's all for me this evening. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. And before I adjourn, just one thing. As you've noticed, members of council outside, there's a little bit more snow outside, a little ice. So please be careful when you're on the roads and walking the trails. Maybe what's one question for administration? We have no operating snowmobiles in our community. Can we ramp up some engagement or some social media posts regarding that? I've received 3 calls about people driving snowmobiles within our community already.
Hi, Your Worship. Yeah, you know, we can probably get a little more info out on that specifically. And again, like anything else, when people have concerns like that, they can contact, our town office, CPO numbers, and we will do our best to look into it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And again, I think this is just one of the things that we need to do on an annual basis, very similar to what we do with the in the summertime, in the spring, and in the fall regarding RV parking on garage pads. It's just a reminder. Every year it comes along. Some people forget because we're busy doing other things, and it's good to just put that out there for the reminder for our residents. With that, thank you very much, administration, for the agenda package. Members of council, thank you for the work. Definitely appreciate having you guys all read up and ready for conversation and discussion to make our community better. With that, we're adjourned.